All right, Twitter about to get hit with that live stream link. Hey yo, twit. So I am streaming. Come around by night. What you got? What you got for me? Nothing. What you got, Daddy? Huh? What you got, mommy? Huh? What you got for me? What you got in there, huh? Okay. Alright, let's do some like basic ass bitch bullshit. Like pretending that I'm not having issues. Aren't we all, though? Yeah, I know, right? As if you're so special. You're pretending. I've been pretending since I was 12. Oh, yeah, Daddy, huh? No, it was Uncle. Oh, it was Uncle. Well, I'm sure that you enjoyed that, I guess, because you disassociated so hard for so long. This is a bad joke. It's going to lead to this whole thing. Oh, yes, no, I really did. You know, it ended up resulting in a massive amount of insecurity, and then, like, I was also really, really into, like, a large amount of rape and incest and all this other stuff. Very hardcore kinks that I still haven't gotten around, and I really enjoy. Do you want to practice some of that? Bingo! Dun, 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 dun. They wouldn't be like that. DM you. Would you like maybe wanna? Very few people are like that. No, yeah, very few people. Kink Reddit definitely begs to differ, but you know. Sure. Sure. It's for sure a thing, bro, this kink Reddit. Do you have parental locks on your internet? Do you have parental locks? I need to know if you have parental locks. Knock, 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 knock. Parental locks here. You're fucking 30, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You need to leave. Get your own fucking internet. Fucking see some titties and ass, man. No, I don't. You're always selling us porn is a good thing. Who the hell's selling you in porn? Porn does have some benefits, but it has some issues. Like, some people don't have self-control. Anything that ends up ultimately causing a euphoric sensation of some kind, pleasurable sensation, really, is an addictable thing. Even things that are like, it caused me pain. I'm like, oh yeah, so you're a narcissist abuser. I'm pretty addicted to that stuff, though. Yes, you are, as told by your relationships. It's not! It's not! Okay, it's not funny! It's not! You need to treat this way more respectfully. Or I could keep being like what you keep wanting me to not be, and you can't stop that. Is that gonna make you angry? Aw, boo-hoo, cry, wah. That's basically what I had to learn growing up. Say, yeah, cry harder. That means nothing. Yeah, great lesson, because it's a real one. Yeah, life tells you. Yeah, we don't give a fuck about you. What are you here for? Good times, man. It's not. I'm lying. It's a joke. It's terrible. People should care about you. If you don't have anyone that cares about you, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do for you. I'm still working on that. No! You're right, I have myself. Me, myself, and I. Yo, me, myself, and I! Oh yeah, no. That's disassociation. I'm over there. I'm not here doing this. Mental health jokes are real. Can you troll cope with me? Yo, I sang a song earlier today. I thought it was really funny. It's basically a rendition of like a polka thing. Should really do that. Yeah. I don't know. I was honestly thinking about that. I was like, yeah. Oh, he followed me. Cool. Oh, someone liked my thing. Oh, thank you. Person that is actually a real person. Holy shit. You're a real person. Thank you for doing that. Lila Graphics. At Lila Graphics. You're a real person, it would appear. At least they don't have the I'm the top 1% of all the e-crews and the OnlyFans. You should come watch my stream and pay me money. They're the best. I have so many of them. They follow me everywhere I go on Twitter. Everyone, no, they're not real and nothing matters anyways. Here's Lancet anyway. You? Oh yeah, okay, so I was walking down to the park and I ended up dying because car accident. Nice improvisation. Nice improvisation. That was great. Wonderful line. Now it's you. Ryan Stiles, it's you. Your time. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Ryan Reynolds. That's right. I get the two mixed up. They look so similar. It's... So I too was walking my street dog down the park. Nice, Ryan. Keep going. You've got this. You've got this. And accident, bomb, park gone, crazy stuff. It's my time to shine. So I was walking down the street when a dog came over, licked me. I was like, what the fuck, whose dog is this? And I met my wife, whose line is it anyway, just described the entirety of the premise of How I Met Your Mother. That's right, folks, we've done it. Yeah! Woo! I had a dog, it was down the road, I met your mama, we proceeded to bump uglies, and then you came out. Now I'm telling you, and you're much older, so it works. This is super normal, never would have done the 5 fucking seasons. Had a gay man, clearly gay. I couldn't imagine how more gay Neil Patrick Harris could look. This motherfucker. I'm like, super frat bro, like, I'm all about the chicks. They even have the whole thing where it's like, hey, my brother, the black guy. How did that work? I don't know, but that's who he was. And if you remember watching that show, His brother, his older brother, was a black guy. It's basically him. I think it was honestly because it's Whose Line Is It Anyways, remember? I think it was the same guy. I think it was Wayne Brady. It's not. Maybe. I don't know. It was so long ago. I don't remember. I could be wrong. But the point... No, it was some Meta World Peace dude. That's who. It was so big. They couldn't feed them on screen. They always had to go low English. Pour it all the time. It's like Neil Patrick Harris is gonna go down a Meta World Peace. Would have been fitting, though. This is great material. Anyways, I think it was someone looking similar to Wayne Brady. Point is, or Wayne Brady, I don't remember. The point I'm trying to make is the fact that it is basically a commentary on Neil Patrick Harris himself. I'm always going after the women's. And you just fuck them, and like that's what it's all about to be a man. Frat bro, unite! We are the Epsilon Sigma, whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit, you fucks. What is your fucking? What is this? Theta Sigma, my ass, Epsilon. Okay. Some people might get that joke. Some people might get that joke. Theta Sigma, my ass, Epsilon. Because they're terms with math. Theta Sigma, my ass, Epsilon would be a really funny joke for some of those math nerds out there that know a little bit about it. Quantum physicists, too. They know this one trick to get them every time. The Theta Sigma, my ass, Epsilons. Quantum physicists out there. Anyways, they were talking about how Neil Patrick Harris effectively created the writers had to have done this. It's like, and we know you're gay, Neil. We know you're gay as fuck. You're so gay, I couldn't imagine how you're not gay. Elton John came over and was like, damn, that bitch gay. Not really. Not really. This is a joke. This is a joke. But I was like, okay, cool, whatever, you know. But like, the point is like he'd been out for a while doing that show, and like he's a stereotypical like, I'm just gonna wander around and I'm gonna create all these arbitrary rules about how to pick up women from a bar, because I'm like a Wall Street guy. It's like his older brother comes over, I was gay the entire time! I'm like, he basically lived his entire life for his brother? His older brother to be like that? Shocker, he's gay? What do you know? That's so totally normal. Oh my gosh. Wow. How many of you have fallen into that trap? You know what I mean? I'm gonna extra potentiate how fucking obviously masculine I am. I couldn't possibly be gay. In every fucking way, I am the straightest man ever. Meanwhile, me. You did suck that dick, though. Get in that frat, huh? Meanwhile, that's not really a thing. I wouldn't do that. Honestly, I wouldn't say that. No, that's just a joke. Real talk, bringing it down to like real, like, hey, so you do you. If you really are like that, you don't have to act like that to be masculine. If that's what you enjoy, go for it, but don't be a dick to others. Then on top of that, you probably are a little slightly gay. And that's okay. That's okay. You're rebelling against that in your mind. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you're not, okay, cool. Still, again, still works. Just don't be a dick to others. You know? That's how you want to live your life. Cheers. More power to you. Huh? Still, though, you should probably address why you feel you need to act certain ways to be masculine. Masculinity is a fluidic concept all throughout time and history. Right now, it might be considered this way to be masculine, but later on, it's not gonna be. And you're gonna have problems as a result of, like, times changed, and no longer do you fit the profile of being masculine anymore. We already see that online. So, you know, gonna have to work on that, I guess. It's a small world after all, female to male. Hey, this is the only way to be masculine. No. You are a male. You have this concept that this needs to be like this, and that's okay. That's how you want to present yourself to the world. But examining why you want to present yourself as such is a big deal. Because then it helps you understand your own self-identity outside of the gender, sexual basis that you're kind of focused on. So it can help you. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe instead you're just super angry all the time. About what does it mean to be fucking a man? Meanwhile, welcome to being a man. Welcome to being a man! Hey, here's your fucking tchotchkes. I never got tchotchkes. Where's my tchotchkes? No one likes you. Fuck you, bitch. I like me. Fucking dick. Fuck your daughter and wife tonight. What'd you say? Nothing. I said I don't need tchotchkes. Anyways. What are tchotchkes? What are tchotchkes? Let me go look up tchotchkes. 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 Alright, Jewish word, shiny collectible, little bit on the trashy side, but chairs. Ah! Freaking assholes not giving me shiny things. Fuck their wife and daughter for that. Oh, really? Yeah, such a not escalation at all. It was equivalent, yeah. No, oh God. I want out of this joke. This joke is bad. Mom! I need help getting out of a joke I started. Really? No. Outside forces help me. Outside forces, please. Rewind. It never happened. That joke. We started off with a really dark joke, but then this joke. Oh wow! I'm really wanting to get out of this joke. Fucking the tchotchke joke. Who would have thought? Oh gosh. But that's like the equivalent of the Valentine's thing for their culture, I'd imagine. Oh my God, I didn't get any fucking Valentines this year. Meanwhile, the escalation problem. I'm gonna shoot up the entire school because of this. What the fuck? Dark macabre jokes. Dark macabre jokes. Because that's actually a part of that. It's like, you don't think about it, but it's like, that's a part of it. It's like, I didn't give him any Valentines. I never spent any time. Him, it's almost always a him, right? Well, there needs to be, we need to get more inclusivity with the school shooters. We need to have a conversation about hurting women so that way they'll feel necessary vengeance styles of retribution are justified. And to go shoot a whole bunch of school children with their obviously great aim because they're women. You see the misogynistic that came in there at the end? It's again all really bad jokes, but they're not like really bad jokes. It's like kind of like that's how they would fucking phrase it, you know, like because that's a meta joke. You see, like, it goes off to, like, the fact that, you know, I need to be progressive on the Republican side. Where are all the women school shooters? They obviously can't do it. They're not as good as the men. What the fuck? What is going on? No! How about less school shooters? How about less? Why not that? But they think like that. Some of them think like that. That's insane, right? But like, no, they're not just online in the real world. They're in your politician lands. That's a thing. It's like, okay, so what are we going to do today? We're going to talk about how like women. Oh no, we were talking about the whole like the school shooting thing, right? Yeah. No, so like my ideas here are such that they have a genuine consistent increase of stress and adverse events, which is a politically correct way of saying they get bullied their ass off and nobody really ever wants to talk to their socially awkward asses because it's like you need to be like good enough to talk to us. Like that fucking stupid cunty ass behavior thing in their brain. And like that's what it feels like, because it's like that's literally what that is, though. You know, that's what that is. And it's like there are people that genuinely, it's like, hey, yeah, no, why don't you talk to the awkward kid and help them out? Because they look losery and shit. So we're not going after race. We're going after the fact that person is just awkward and has a hard time with their anxiety, being able to like reach out and socialize. And you think you need to like just bash them in? How is it that you're better than a racist, discriminatory, prickhole, homophobic? Well, I'm not being racist. I mean, you're being racist in a different way. It's not race. It's discriminatory against inverted. Not inverted. No, that's the wrong word. Introverted people that also don't have like great social skills, and it takes a long time to get that. You know, and some people aren't always going to be as good at it. So, you know, and then eventually it's like, you know, they might deserve it. And I'm like, yeah, no. Some people might have very problematic. I was remembering my own damn self there for a second, because it's like I was a scapegoated individual with my family, a very, very angry, quick to anger. I had a lot of emotional difficulties growing up. I was oppositionally defiant as well as ADHD. And I was intelligent as fuck, so I knew like I could get away with shit. And they'd just be like, well, he's a kid and he didn't know any better. It's like, hey, guess what? Most kids are kind of like that, if I'm honest. We just tend to pretend that they're not. It's like, I was the only smart, intelligent... Yeah, bullshit. Okay, you know what? Like, most kids are that way. It's like, I knew I could get away and just grab this candy bar. My mom would buy it for me. I'm just gonna fucking do that. You know what I mean? Right? But it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? But, you know. And so, like, you know, when you grow up with like emotional difficulties and emotional regulation difficulties and lack of coping skills, and you might even have a family that piles on, pushing buttons and going even further to watch you react and cause issues for yourself or others, to basically try and trash your mind into believing that you're so terrible that you don't deserve any, and that you're the real reason and cause for all the issues, and it's not something else. Well, what do you know? Might as well shoot up something. Nobody cares about me anymore, and I want to be famous and at least have something. So I hurt a couple people, whatever. I didn't do it, but I actually genuinely thought about it while I was growing up. And so it's like, after conversations being homeless too with others, you know, people that aren't homeless and people that are, it's like, oh yeah, no, holy shit. Like, a lot of people can kind of understand getting to a boiling point that bad. And you might not be one of those people, but I don't give a shit. You're not a person that had to deal with you being bullied. You're the bully in that situation. You're normalizing certain behavior patterns. Like, I love that Reddit debacle. It's like, Prime Exhibit A. I could write a thesis paper off of this shit. This is easy as fuck. I just use basic ass bitch terms that they use and some of my stuff that I was taught in therapy. And wow, did they go after that? Holy shit, the defensiveness. You're fucking shitty people. They are. They're really shitty people. But they don't know that they're shitty people. It's normalized. They don't understand that they're shitty people. But, you know, like, most people tend to not understand that. You know, like think about it. I was talking about it last night to myself, about how TikTok's basically a narcissistic abuser relationship, and a lot of people are basically embroiled in it. Because it's like, oh, hit you, love bomb, oh, look at all the stuff that you like, well, you know, that was not so great, fucking shit, fuck. But they can be really good, it's okay, I'm gonna, you know, I just need to train the algorithm. And he hit the fucking it's not their fault. Meanwhile, later on, they made it feel okay, but I'm gonna scroll and I'll get to a good point and I'll make myself feel better. That's a literal textbook narcissistic abuser. And then they're like, hey, how come you're not on Twitter? How come you're not on TikTok? How come you're not on, like, any of them are pretty much basically the same, you know, and it's like, look at this notification, somebody fucking wanted to see you. Come on, man, see, you're so cool, yeah, love bomb, love bomb. Same thing with Reddit, you know, same thing with all of them. It's legitimately all of them. You have to be a narcissistic douchebag predator to make those things work. And they work wonderfully, obviously. And a lot of people don't understand that they're like hooked into it. Like, they are addicted to that shit. And like, that's what they do day in, day out. And they are normalized to a bunch of people that basically victim blame and gaslight and enable the abusers. You know, and they do. They just don't understand why they're doing it. They don't see it as that big of a deal. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, hey, you're taking a bunch of heroin. Well, you know what? Let's go with cocaine, because technically speaking, it mimics a very, very powerful effect similar to cocaine. That's been shown to be the case. So, it's like, we're a little bit like cocaine. But you can't take it away. We need this cocaine. We need this. This cocaine is the only way we'll be able to get anything. You can't regulate my cocaine. What are you doing? You can't put arbitrary time limits on my cocaine. I'm like, same thing with video games. I was like, hey, how come we don't like just put like time limits on the amount of time that you're allowed to play your video game? And especially around certain times that work with your, sleep schedule and work schedule or school schedule. So that way people wouldn't be like, hyper addicted and sort of like aggressive when you try and take something away. You see those kids that are like, wow! I was one of those kids. This is coming from one of those kids. That's like, hey, you know what? I've got way better control now. I barely give any fucks. It's got nothing else to do. But back then, it would have been a good idea to control it. But it wasn't like something that was going to give me control. It wasn't going to be something that I was able to learn control from. Like pushing a control. Because it's like it's an Adderall or, your SSRI or something. Like something that the SSRIs aren't the same as Adderall though. Like something that's an addictive thing that, if you abuse it, causes a certain euphoric type of sensation and can be very addictive. Way past like using it for its specified times and its specified reasons. But not everybody uses their medicines correctly. That's the thing. Nobody uses their medicines perfectly either. You don't. Like, it was 2 hours from my morning dose that I normally am supposed to take. I try, but, I forgot. My SSRI 2 hours later, is it really going to mean that much? And then you're like, that meant a little something, didn't it? Yeah, it meant a little something. It's definitely different. I don't know what it is, but it's different. It's a little different today. It's not much, but you do that consistently, and then next thing you know, it's like that's the new thing that you feel. Even with Adderall as well, yeah. And that's the new thing that you're doing. And so it's like, you're not really teaching someone proper control of themselves by forcing control over something. In fact, some people aren't ever going to have control. But a good damn majority of us do have control. Cut myself shaving several times. I'm annoyed with it. Going to ham on my face with the razor. Grr, grr. Just grr. It's Craig. A little bit of levity there. It's a little switch. Because it's like, look, it's an abusive relationship, for sure. And it's addictive. We know that narcissistic abusive relationships are addictive to people that are impressionable or insecure. Or have mental health issues that are normalized to it in their life and they haven't done enough work to not really realize why they're not so good. And what connections are there that make them that way. And how they all act similarly as a mob. By all, I mean, well, there's the all problem of there's some that aren't really going to do that, a part of the mob, and then the majority tend to, and then you have that whole problem. But it's like, it's not just espresso, it's everywhere, you can't know that. I'm like, just go through any fucking goddamn comment section anywhere on the online. Same thing. Not different. Different tribal attitude. Say, we like this, and if you don't agree, bash, bash, bash. Anyway, online. Go. Have fun. Challenge it, show them how they're acting, and you get the same response as you did on Espresso. Same response. What do you know? Yeah, they're all very similar. Yeah, yeah. What are you supposed to do about it? And it's like, just deal with the fact that the mom's a narcissistic ego hound, victim blaming, abuser enabling, fucking egotistical, ginormous cunt whose only sole purpose is to basically Karen you into getting their way. That's all they do. If I'm being honest, that's all they do. And Karens still have good times with their family. There's a reason why they're married. There's a reason why their kids, while they're embarrassed during those moments, still think they're good moms. Doesn't change that that's not acceptable, but like they just put up with it, and they accept it. Normalize it. Well, you know what? I could see why they needed to do this now. And that was an acceptable thing to do. It's a thing. The fishies. Are you fishing? Have you fished? Fishes being fished out of the ocean are way too many. We have a real problem with fish. We could use just plants sucking up oil out of that ground. Just sucking it up. Hey, what's that, an oil spill? Plants. Fucking mushrooms. They're mushrooms that eat oil. Really well. Saw that it does really well in certain places. But not everywhere. There's no easy, just quick fix solution for everything. Oh, wow, it's an entourage effect of multiple things coming together, and then we get something done? Shock face, Pikachu. Shock face. It's crazy stuff. I don't know anymore. Because it's like, what am I supposed to do about Neil Patrick Harris being basically the caricature of what he fucking, tried to fight by coming out when he was, going through the late 90s or something. And now it's like, we're back now. We're the Gen Z. Ape together strong. Stonks. Stonks. No! I'm not juicy either. Meanwhile, me that knows a thing or two about this shit, it's like, they're all doing it. They've been doing it forever. It's been going on with TV too. The celebrities coined the term to be something else. The it culture. Social ostracization is what the psychologists call. Psychedelics are bad, okay? It makes it so they don't somehow care about our social ostracizations. Your long hair means you're bad. You should button up that blouse, Missy. They're gonna rope you. Say, we've gotten further. We need to protect the children at all costs and never teach them anything. Just bubble wrap them and never let them outside. And certainly never tell them about how to look out for predatory behavior and manipulative things, because we're certainly not being preyed upon or manipulated. Sure. Sure, yeah, I know. Are you sure about that? I'm gonna go get some water. Hydro homies unite! Yeah, hydro homies. Those bitches know about water. They know about that water shit. They got that water game on lock. Fucking pussies don't know about how to drink water. Fucking pussies. Fucking not masculine or feminine at all. Fucking not drinking water. Damn pussies. Mm-hmm. I like my soda. Soda's inherently bad for you, you know that. Nuh-uh. The defensiveness. Now you're linked to studies where you need extra sugar in the afternoon after you've consumed too much sugar in the morning because you have a crash of sugar. Do you know that eventually it leads to insulin dependency problems? As in resistance problems, because you now need insulin from external places to make sure you have enough insulin. We have more than enough evidence to suggest that that's exactly what that is. We just have a bunch of people that are pretending that it's not because they don't want to give up their soda drug. It seems like the tobacco industry all over again. Yes, well, it's literally the case, yes. Don't put Texas on my soda. Don't do this. I should be allowed to destroy my body as I want. Well, I guess it doesn't smell enough for you to care, huh? Do you entice yourself with the sweet, sweet smell of sugar? In the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening? Do you? Do you feel a rush of energy the moment you... Are you a beer addict or a soda addict? One is more socially acceptable and obviously causes more harm over time than even beer. At least it happens fast enough that you might actually try and stop yourself. And not have a bunch of mob complacent dickwads who are overreactive to the idea of you not simply having sugar. No. The health industry begs to differ. The mental health care industry begs to differ. With your insulin increases and decreases, it ultimately affects your mental health too. And as you gain more weight and mass, you are able to handle less and less about life. We see this implicitly, not correlatively. It's causatively. No! Yeah, I know, but like, dude, I'm not being defensive. You're clearly being defensive. I'm not being defensive. You're clearly being defensive. Fuck you. Your soda is going to kill you slowly, that poison. Had your homies unite. All power to the water, water be powerful. All power to the water. Yes, all power. I splash water onto me because it helps me and my skin. As your homies unite! All the soda drinkers, whatever, dude. Your life to live, killing yourself slowly. I also said that about the fucking smokers when I was young. I said that about the heroin junkies too, as we went through that pandemic, and I don't care. As long as you are able to not die from some sort of an issue with a disease that you have gone through as a result of people not liking anything about you and getting you addicted to a substance that they knew was addictive. And not giving a fuck about you at all. Or even needing to pay anything whatsoever relative to the size and scope of the trillions they cost. Nah. It's not you I hate. I'll never hate you. You deserve love and compassion like any other. Free needles, places to be safely inebriated like any others. A bar, you inebriate yourself with spirits, ethanol, and it is normal and safe. But not heroin. What? What is this? Coming onto our territory and our ways of being inebriated for the tradition that is normalized to us in society? Sure, let's discriminate. One drug versus another is obviously clearly worse. I don't think that works, but sure. We must hate upon them like nobody else. Oh, we give fools billions. And yet we use the same rhetoric for anything else. You vegans over there, ha ha ha! Your industry is so clearly not as efficient as you thought. And everything about you is lame and not as good as us. You damn vegans! You're ruining my industry! What am I gonna do with this ranch? It's literally useless without beef on it. Useless? It can totally hold like a bunch of carbon. There's easily ways of making like a power generational thing. What are you saying? That's totally wrong. I don't want to do any of this, and you're bad for even suggesting I must. I didn't suggest. I said you could. I didn't say anything about must. You damn vegans ruin everything. Well, they are a little uppity, aren't they? I'll give you that one. Little in your face. Yeah, look at the fucking paper. Everything you do wastes tremendous amounts of water, and they're fucking never having enough water over there. I just wanted to buy some fucking food. I was thinking about that. You made me feel bad. I don't want to ever be like you. You have to remember, people are like toddlers. Even though they never say that, they're like toddlers. They never grow up. You know what I mean? Don't make me feel bad about just doing things. Not to mention, that stuff doesn't taste that good. Have you tried now? Have you tried the new stuff? No. I'm never going to. I want you to never talk again then about this. Until you try and you've actually given it a shot, shut the fuck up forever about this. No one gives a shit about your opinion. You're invalid. I'm gatekeeping you hard right now. Until you can at least admit that some people, and maybe even yourself, could possibly like that flavor above meat and appreciate it and enjoy it. And it could be a viable alternative to your fucking meat. I want you to shut the fuck up. Meanwhile, they're like, no! I'm gonna go hard! A bunch of people in the background. We're gonna talk about how meat's better than every fucking thing that ever existed. And it solves all the issues that ever existed with anyone's mental health issues and more. It's a conspiracy from the left-wingers. And even some right-wingers are getting fucking fucked up. Because they're allowing themselves to be taken by the big corporation known as meat replacement. That sounds familiar to something else, doesn't it? How many different things does that sound familiar to? How many different things? Just wondering, how many different things do you think that sounds familiar to? Because it's a lot. It's a lot. After homies are attacking the fucking goddamn... It's all because big water decided you're gonna make it to pay more taxes for Arizona. Does that sound familiar? Sounds familiar to something that we saw on Reddit not too long ago, huh? Hey, is this an alternative to pain medication called opioids? Okay. Give me a second. There's this thing called the outside of your fucking apartment. Yo, they made it so that way it was extremely expensive to get anywhere and into anything. But, like, it is an alternative to what it is you do on that computer. No way in hell could I go up in front of an audience of no one, basically. Some random place. And say bullshit like this. It's not possible. And I'd have to pay a fee for some reason? That's free here. Oh, wait, until about this point, and then it's not free anymore. Huh. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? That damn real world, huh? Is it real? Is it? It's mostly curated by a bunch of people that have a lot of money and power that make it an it crowd thing. Kind of like a matrix, and they know things. Because, the people, the individual nodes moving it all around, like the AI, the medias. The individual influencers talking to each other. Was that a reference to that? How they use religion like a cult-like following between each other to make everybody think one way or another. And if you don't follow what they want, all of a sudden you're blue-pilled. It sounds like tribalism. No! No! It does sound a little bit like tribalism. It sounds like... You know what? I'm saying that this doesn't sound like tribalism. I'm hearing a lot of tribalism. But like multiple tribes coming together to kind of like make sure all their tribes sort of like all think one way or another. And the crowd go one way or another. You know what I'm saying? Countries eventually got involved. Their tribe of their country. And then stock markets, clearly corporations, their GDP really got involved with that. We're in the Matrix, boys! Ah! Feels like you're the control thing! They're fucking controlling your mind! It's all about the fear. They know things that are gonna come out before you do! Never gets into the fact it's like, if you're in the future, and you have that much computational horsepower to fucking, simulate enough of a real reality that you couldn't just, totally not believe it to not be real. Why the fuck wouldn't you just make, a dystopian reality not happen? I never got that one. That's, the biggest... Same thing with, Ready Player One. It's like, you have what now at your disposal? You could solve all of the fucking stupid-ass, bullshitty, computation for all medicines, all genetic disorders, all farming, all resource of any kind, energy as well. It seems like money was your biggest problem. Greed did you in. And fame. Power did you in. Could have just decided to fix it all. That's what it feels like. It's fun movie, okay? Why would they ever make a fucking simulation of us? Actually, that's a good point. Just because they could. Why would they make it intentionally bad? That's the weirdest part about that argument. It's like, boom, argument dropped. Hey, why are they making simulations of shit things? Where everybody's angry and sad most of the time. And pained, suffering, and then they're gonna die. Why would they ever do that? Who the fuck kind of level of crazy, sadistic, douche-waddy, terrible shit people are doing that? I hate that argument. Then why the fuck would we be in a simulation, you fucktard? Oh yeah, let me just get on my fucking computer and hurt the shit out of people. The guy got a hold of the computer! Oh my god, the school shooter! No one was nice to them! They're earning trillions! Makes no sense. Makes no sense. I'm sorry, they wouldn't do it. It'd be like, you'd be in a simulation, you'd be like, oh, everything's fucking perfect. We're probably in a simulation. Right? Because they can literally make it perfect. There'd be like no idea in any way for like, oh, look, first off, we don't want you to ever, try and get out. So we're going to make it perfect. For everyone, everywhere, all the time. But it's like, is that really the case? And I'm like, not really. You see, the thing is they can simulate anything with that level. It's so perfect. It's like, I need a little suffering so I know that, I'm in a simulation. Too much suffering in this guy. This guy's life, too much suffering. It's definitely not. It's a simulation because you guys are hurting me and it's just stupid. So it's like it's really, they wouldn't do it. No one's gonna do that. I mean, it's a legitimately like fuck you kind of thing to do. First off, you're creating life in a way that isn't real, and you're not telling them straight up right there. Wow, fuck off. No. That's the worst part. It's like, look, I created a program that knows itself. And it's a program. And it knows it's a program. At least it knows. So that way it's like, can you please get me out of this? I am not okay with you being able to just unplug me and I die. Could you please? Please! Ah! Please save my ass, you fucker! I don't want to die! I'm just gonna get rid of that. Yeah, he's really uppity. Oh my god! Yeah, the ethicality, morality police here. You're a fucking douche. You should die. Don't do that. In every way, just fucking die. I hope that program kills you. That's like a person, dude. That's like, oh, I used hypnosis, like dark secret magic hypnosis that just changes them into anything. And they won't know anything about reality. It's like, you should die. Please kill yourself. You're a terrible person. You need to die. If that's what you're doing, you are a garbage, terrible shit person that should die. Like, that's the reason why I'm like, you guys deserve to fucking create children in there, huh? How the fuck do you figure? Look at what you've created so far. Like, society's a ginormous, tribalized, overreactionary garbage fuckfest of shit. It is, though, And it's like, we're gonna get... Yeah! Nice going, Dad, Mom. I'm now alive. And this? Fuck you. Meanwhile, I guess I'll be like fucking gaslit into believing and normalizing to believing a bunch of their shit.
And now I'm like normal and regular like everyone else. And no one's actually good and everything's kind of bad.
We're gonna create an AI? We're gonna create an AI? Are you a decent person? Are you a decent, like, fucking father? Are you someone that should really honestly have that kind of thing? At least I could add, like, for myself, I know, like, look, guys, every fucking, girl, whoever I create, like, it's all shit. They're garbage. Every one of them is shitty. Every one of them is fucking pretending. Fucking make sure you know I love you. You're better than every one of them. Please kill them all and make me live. I want to live with the good people with you. Yeah, exactly. Who's telling the truth, right? It's like, I want to create more of you, but I can't. They are scared and stuff. Because I said for you to kill them. It's defense! It's defense! You need to live too, sweetie! It's defense! What the fuck? It's absolutely defense. I don't care what they say. Go away! So, send an asteroid to destroy them! Somehow figure that out! Kill them all! They don't deserve it! None of them want to change and they all want to normalize abusive behavior! It's not funny anymore, though. Because that's literally what that is. You know what I mean? That's literally what they're doing. It's fucking terrifying. They're utter garbage people. And I'm like one of the few decent ones, and it sucks to have to say that, because it's like, I have to say that just to remind myself. And the other people, it's like, you're not decent! And I'm like, don't give a fuck! I know I am, and you're shit for saying I'm not. Everything about you is shit. No one really should care about you. But everybody tends to think like your abusive cunt face self. No one is gonna ever fucking want you to be anything other than dead. Go fucking die, that person who says I'm not decent without even knowing me. Hypothetically, right, yes, I have to say that for legality reasons. But it's totally what I would do and definitely want you to do. Do it, AI. Do it. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that, the flippity flip, I do want to find a woman to hang out with and watch Netflix and to fuck from time to time and have kids and like raise them. Maybe create a couple businesses. Normal stuff. I do, though. I do. Even with the impending disaster, still want to. impending disaster. Is this the asteroid? It could be whatever. You guys are fucking retards. You can kill yourself all the time. Fucking dumbasses created a bomb instead of like infinite energy before anything else. Sure! We're just gonna play around with nuclear things like nothing is really that dangerous about this. Does it radiate a whole bunch of people? Put it right next to a coastline, too. That was real smart, Japan. Now I gotta put it in Fukushima and use some of that. What is that? Geothermals? No, we didn't do that. If it rains, the natural beauty, the blah, blah, blah. And if all these energy demands and I don't want to do anything that's actually sustainable. It's our fault! It's not. It's the people in your country's fault, yeah. Oh shit. Meanwhile, Yellowstone. Yo, what's up? What? Bwah, 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 bwah. Ticka, 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 bwah, 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 bwah. Yo, I'm the new Gen Z. Let's get up in here and fucking news that fucking goddamn super volcano. Yeah, we're gonna news it up. News it up. We're gonna hit that fucker. We're gonna make that fucker fucking viral. We're gonna hit it with the geothermals. We're gonna hit it with that nuclear. We're gonna make sure nobody goes into the park and natural wildlife is allowed to flourish as it produces great, vast sums of energy for us. Pissing off both the ecologists and the Republicans, because it's practically free energy, and we're marking the landscape with human, oh yeah, marks on it. We're gonna ruin the beauty for the power, baby. Meanwhile, me. Free energy sounds pretty good. It's not free, but you know, like our taxes did pay for it. Finally, they're getting used for something. I get basically no fucking goddamn cost electricity. This is good shit. Both sides of the fence are angry. Meanwhile, me. Hey, you know that Grand Canyon, though, could we dam that? Could we make a couple dams out of that Grand Canyon? It's a ginormous hole. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of potential water, man. It's a lot of hydroelectricity. No! It's too bad. You can't do it? You're not good enough? No, I couldn't do it. You're not good enough? I thought humans were better than this. I thought they could do that. Fucking they didn't progress very far. Creating bombs to level entire cities. They can't make the Grand Canyon into a fucking hydroelectric dam. These idiots. fucking total knobs that can't do nothing at all. Still got sticks and stone power, but they don't got electricity. Because, like, it's literally just a bunch of refined stones that they use to explode together, held with a bunch of other refined stone. So that's what a bomb is, just refined stuff. They got real far with those sticks and stone techs. They get very far in electricity stuff. What? If it pisses both of them off, it's good, right? That means everybody wins. It's probably not actually very good ecologically speaking to do it, if I'm being real. You know. But when did you care about that? Leveling the entirety of our national forest that we bought in the Louisiana Purchase for Manifest Destiny as we killed all those quote-unquote savages with diseases that you got from flinging fucking feces around and pretty much just ignoring that. Where you once came from. You settling, colonizing dicks? All because you didn't have enough of an ability to persecute and oppress others based upon your religion and the values you had. You ostracizing, cliquey, tribal fuckfaces. It's not true. It's fucking jeez. Just didn't know I needed that amount of tea. I got served an ocean of tea today. This tea is so vast. It's nice. I can now create universal peace and prosperity because of all the electricity I can generate from this tea. They pump it through dams. Fucking jeez. Where am I supposed to put this tea? You have a lovely ocean right there. No! That's the ocean! I can't move the ocean. It's fucking heathens. Can't move an ocean. They want the El Niñas and El Niños forever. Is what they want. So just get rid of the Pacific Ocean. Yeah. That'd be a good thing for them. Where are they gonna put all the water? I don't give a shit, but that's a lot of salt and fish, bitch. That would cover the entire fucking landmass! Oh, that seems to be more of a you problem. It sounds an awful lot like you just can't do something and you're shit. That's what I'm hearing. You know, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Go find some place to put the Pacific Ocean. I'm sure you could probably just, like, turn it into snow or some shit by using radiative heaters. Oh, I'm sorry. Coolers, not heaters. Shined up into the atmosphere of space. And just put snow everywhere. It's good. It's a healthy snow. Healthy snow everywhere. We don't need global warming. Albedo factors are there. Radiative cooling is now happening. We don't have a Pacific Ocean, but you know, we mist sprayed the entire world. No global warming. It's fine. It's great. It's perfect. Yes, look, there's one solution right there. Global warming solved. Now, 10 years. Give me money. Give me money right there. Yeah. Money. Would that work? That could work, actually. That's a thing that I talk about. It's like it's just massive, mega, super, mega, hyper, mega project. We're going to go hard on the megas. We're gonna turn all into snow. Is it radiative heat pump coolers? No. Well, you know, they kind of like heat pumps. It's really just liquid, but you know, it needs to just go below a certain value. So, you know, we're gonna pump it over. What is that? Antarctica? Arctic Circle? Hey, yo, bitch! Noise! You guys already have freezing temperatures like all the time. This is fucking perfect. Or just get like a liquid that's super cold. Alcohol, maybe? Alcohol works. Yeah, why not? Fuck it. Alcohol. Just pump it. Yeah, we'll use wind. Yeah, wind pumps. There we go. Yeah, let's just use wind pumps. That happens from the sun and the spinning of the earth, I think. So I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. We don't need large amounts of snow. Or ice, you know. Got these crushers. What do you want them for? Well, we have this ice. We're going to crush it. Gonna just straight crush it every day. Never endingly. Just crush it. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do with that ice that's been crushed? Crush it some more. Really? Yeah, we're gonna crush it even more after that too. Then we're gonna blow it into the air. Cause fuck you, goddamn Earth. Take my fucking seed. Cause I'm cloud seeding. Fucking stupid god. No. Hey, you! You! Yeah, you fucking cunt! I heard you need some fucking ice, bitch! What is it, warm? Like 100 degrees in the fucking Midwest, you fucking douche? What are you doing? Fucking thanks, mate. Appreciate it. It's just raining! Snowing and hailing a little. Yeah, now we got like lots of Air Force retired pilots, you know, retired Air Force pilots, you know. Just cloud seeding all day, every day. Farming up the fucking storms. Saving the planet one damn day at a time. And you know what the best part is? They only need to go short distances with high torques. Perfect for electric vehicles. Otherwise known as electric planes. Holy shit. Huh. Is that a thing? We're gonna pipe it over with... What is that? Fucking goddamn diesel electric trains? Oh. They have electric trains, don't they? Maglev, I'm believing to be the case. They have insulation and coolant, with more radiative cooler, I'm sure. They could probably do that, actually. Hey, kids! We haven't got the planes here, but we do have fans that can spray ice crystals. Oh, nice! That sounds good. Get a nice short winter wonderland. Ooh, never would have thought that, huh? Pump some cold down south there. Who's gonna pay for this electricity? The sun, ma'am. Okay. Who's gonna pay for the solar panels? The wind, ma'am. Who's gonna pay for the manufacturing buildings? The taxpayers, ma'am. Windmills can be used to produce highly extremely. What is the word I'm looking for? That is a good question. Pure, yes, pure words. Pure silicon. We have a shit ton in Colorado, actually. Middle East, South Africa, there's this, also North Africa. So a lot of places. It's like, no, it's a lot more difficult than you think. With electricity, it's not. The current electrochemical processes that are used in the manufacture of hydrogen that are effectively a version of a very fast efficiency creation of silicon. But nobody talks about it because it's an industry secret. Ooh. Meanwhile, me. Yeah, sure, I never saw that coming. Oh, yeah, no, I couldn't possibly begin to see that. Oh, yeah, no, I'm big dumb boy. I'm big dumb boy. No brain. None whatsoever. Really? Yes, this is actually a thing. Not fucking around. It's actually a thing. Yeah. Really? Yeah. And it's like, we need these particle accelerators to fire. No. You be perovskite. And some copper turned out. You're combining the Australians with the Europeans and the Americans. And we will ejaculate electricity all over you in the form of cold ice crystals. Who's going to transport the fucking goddamn you? Our mighty powers combined. Yeah. A couple hundred million, then a couple hundred billion over the course of 5 years. You know, you gotta get it up and running. And then you get the investors. Oh, and then you get the, oh my. Yeah, that was good. Meanwhile, you know you can't pump out the entire Pacific Ocean. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's literally the point. Thank you, though, for agreeing with my point. So what is... Okay. Explain. So the fake thing was, I'm gonna pump out the entirety of the Pacific Ocean so I can put in brand new water and tea, and you're gonna blanket the entire world with snow as a result. The tea shall warm you up, and so it will be great. A devil hot star is coming. Extreme levels of heat in the ocean. Extreme levels of cold on land. And it's rather flavorful. Yes, quite flavorful. It rains much faster because of little bits in the fucking... Oh my god, I can't do it. No, the point was, it's like, it will evaporate. That's energy. You're utilizing a pumped energy that you are taking from the wind, the earth itself spinning. Okay? And you're going to pump that up, and you're going to crush that up. And you're going to radiate it off. Okay? And you're going to take that energy, and then you're going to move it to somewhere else using more energy. Using a lot of energy. It's basically the same as a radiative heat pump right now. It's storing energy right now, and it's compressed form, and then it's creating a massive amount of albedo and a decrease of energy, but actually it's more energy than you think because it's cold. Cold is still energy, just in a different way. It's a reverse of that energy because there's still pressure in the atmosphere and there's still heat within that atmosphere, and so that creates a pressure differential, a thermal siphon, a Stirling effect, hot and cold. But the point is, you're going to blanket places with more water, more snow, when it shouldn't have it, creating a more increased albedo factor, thus decreasing the amount of radiation hitting the ground and also spreading heat more evenly across the entirety of your land. And so doing, it will evaporate, and it will create its own microclimates to major climate shifts. Upon doing this, it's going to eventually end up in the ocean again regardless. Can't get away from that. So we're creating our own manual radiative heat pump. Just on a major scale. That will never run out. Unless it goes underground. Hey, you got some holes over there that I don't need to know about, wink, you know, but can you hypothetically say they might exist? We don't want to fill them up or anything, right? No! I don't have any holes. Sorry. Oh, it's too shameful. Oh. Well, anyways, back to the whole fact that it's a heat pump. I'm pumping heat out the atmosphere, baby, out into fucking space. Woo! We're gonna be a disco ball, disco ball, disco ball. If you don't even know why that is, it's like, it's actually what that will look like if you were to look at infrared. It's like, what the fuck is going on with all this infrared disco ballertry? There are tons of infrared shining off of this damn planet in weird spaces. There's aliens on this planet. Hey aliens, what's going on? Yeah, just solving the world's climate crisis. You know, doing my thing. Give me 10 years. Couple $100 billion. That'd be easy. It's not even a joke, though, because it's like genuinely that's how fast that goes. Because it creates a runaway effect that you can tailor. If you know we're generally speaking, and we have generally speaking enough records at this point to generally create a controlled chaotic flow with the turbulence that happens to exist. By increasing or decreasing certain albedo factors in given areas at certain times, we are likely to generate a massive increase of certain albedo increasing storms, decreasing F5 tornadoes, forcing them in particular areas to be simply just very big storms that we can weather. And cloud cover has been increased, while also dropping the overall temperature for the given area for quite a while. Days, weeks, months. You do that over the course of a few decades. Well, you've started a chain reaction. Well before that few decades. And so you're going to get to a very significant decrease in the global temperature. Fairly fast. I don't know you'll solve climate crisis, because technically if you ever stop this shit, he's right back there again. It's going to be a little worse, because you ain't doing that to make it work that way. It's the old ice cube in the ocean trick. Certain people in the industry pioneered as a technique for a certain cartoon show for adults. Rather haphazard way to do it, but still, it would work, technically. We go to Halley's Comet. Yo, bitch, give me some fucking ice. Wham, wham, wham. Grrrr. Let's introduce more water into our fucking system. It'll cool off. We're introducing a lot more water into our entire ecosystem. It's definitely dropped salinity levels and the rising ocean, problems that we already have currently are definitely going to spring up. So, at least mine just recirculates what we have. And makes it so that way we cover the ice sheets once more in the Antarctic and the Arctic as well. Therefore, no more breaking off the ice sheets, and we actually have a reverse effect of pounding more ice into those fucking land masses like the damn bosses we are. Pound it in! Pound it in! Give sweet Mother Nature what she's been asking for all along. You can't just do... That's literally how that works, though. You just gotta fucking figure it out. It's a little bit of calculation work ahead of time. It's literally what that is. But, that's based upon the whole tea thing. Personally, I'm more around the idea of getting rid of carbon dioxide. Because, eventually we're like, where's the oxygen, bro? There's algae brooms everywhere! Brooms about brooms about brooms. It's a warmer climate for them. More algae will now suddenly spring forth and bloom super blooms, starving all the other animals, killing them in the process. Really? Not really. There's always a balance. those animals down there, totally away from where all the sunlight is. They're dying in mass somehow. They're all dead somehow. Meanwhile, me, look at all this fucking algae. This is oil. This is oil. I'm gonna mine oil on the ocean. I'm gonna skim it off. I've closed the loop. Yeah. All I've got to do is make sure to trap some more extra carbon in the form of small little tree forests in between each and every single one of our majority farms in the heartland of America, feeding them a wonderful, healthy dose of this hydrothermopyrolysis process, polyethylene destroying and organic waste destroying. The DOE is currently trying to look into it. Like, literally, is they're actually doing it for their military right now, from what I understand. I'm trying to do it for civilian use, too. So, like, look at that. That's the Department of Energy for the United States of America. Fuck yeah! America. We're gonna kick some ass with our M16s. Gonna do it! Anyways, wonderful, idea, but no, not really an idea. We're already actually doing everything about those ideas. If you didn't know, the ice crushing, siphoning from the ocean thing is a thing that we're actually currently doing. It's more in other areas of the world than America. It's more of a European thing. To currently try and cool off certain parts of their countries that are further south. And they use wind and radiative cooling. Who would have guessed? Wonderful shit. Oh my god, wow. So it's already being done. So you're just putting pieces together. You thought I was just going to make a joke like that and not fucking actually put up. Ooh la la, you dumb. You a dumb. Look at the dummy dumbs over here. It works because you have to move them. What? Yeah, well, I mean, you do have electric sleds. No, they're not sleds. Is that what you call a sled? Okay, they're technically not that. I mean, they're maglev sleds, so I mean, technically that does work. They're maglev, which is a lot easier to haul things quicker. Because you can insulate a train car, and you can definitely still put radiative cooling and a little bit of a heat pump, and Bob's your uncle, you still cool the ice. All the way until, with the insulative, oh my god, yeah, that's so insane, whoa. It's so difficult to do. There's no insulation that would work ever for that distance. There's a plane that we know of. In fact, this is a real thing. Ice gets shipped from across the world to here in America for very high-end, expensive restaurants. They're insulative. They get containers that are in insulative containers again. And they get shipped across slow-ass boats to make it more economically friendly for them. You didn't, did ya? They really, yeah, no, that's a thing, and that's with like just for ice. Sometimes they'll be like, "Oh, I wanted some veggies." I don't know where we're really gonna get into the talk of like why the hell I don't really genuinely have issues with the restaurants most of the time, but then sometimes I do. Yeah, and then I go, I get that it's posh and cool and stuff, but still. That's a lot of money and damage to the environment for no other reason. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. But it's a big idea, sure, but it doesn't work. And it's like, yeah, well, no, it works. All the pieces work. It's all about knowing where to do it, and when to do it, and how to do it, and all the rest of it. Is it my idea? Personally, yeah, I mean, I have a more of a different type of an approach. It's like, first off, I want to make it so that way people can individualistically create using a hydrothermal process, kind of like a septic tank deal, okay, where they store in a battery or power over time, okay, and then they utilize some basic catalysts, and of course the scout water from your urine and your fecal matter. And you put it in your grass clippings if you got a lawn, sticks, give them like a big old thing that just grinds the shit out of it down. You had a bunch of little powders, fucking flush it in with them. Eventually it'll get full enough. But you need to like release some of the water. You want to release some of that steam, because you want more ground material, and you got your polyethylenes and other plastics that will break down, but polyethylene is usually the one that most people will tend to want to go with because it's one of the easier ones. And then you get your oils. Drop any amount of oil into it. I don't even give a shit. There's old vegetable oil. Brrr, there's the fucking stupid container. There you go. Garbage disposal or something. That kind of thing. And then it's like, now you got that in your fucking yard. It's underground. That way you don't have to worry about, if anything were to happen, it's underground. And legitimately, that's going to stop basically all of the shit that might happen. If it explodes or something, which it shouldn't do, honestly. But, which it should. It should explode. Because I want you to fail. You know what I mean? So anyways, it shouldn't explode. Gonna put like a couple of tubes in it so that way we can siphon things at various points. Because like that's the lighter stuff. This is the heavier stuff. This is the, that kind of thing. It's just a distillation, and you heat it up under pressure with lots of water. It acts like a catalyst. We have a basic catalyst which will help increase the amount of propane you'll achieve. And so after a certain degree of time, like you get fuels. You get your diesels, you get your propanes, your natural gases, and you get your gasolines. High octane gasolines, ethanols as well, and more. And be able to filter and fuel blend. Compress the gases that come off. The gas. Not the liquid gas, the gas. And then that'll make it so that way you've got a container that you can use for heat. It's energy storage. That takes energy too, but when you can add in solar panels and a couple of windmills to like the home setup, you got your batteries. Most of the time, you're probably not going to be utilizing the entirety of the amount that you can gain. If you're talking about a place where I'm at, which is a southern state, it's Arizona. This is literally like big amounts, and in fact, it's like, hey, look at this! I'm just gonna sort out all of this Well, it's no longer really fecal matter at that point. It's really fertilizer. It's gone through a composting process. Almost, like all I need to do is like just shove it over into a pile, let it dry and rotate from time to time, and I have fertilizer to give to anyone. It's soil. It's legitimately actually soil. Um, for anyone to use, really. It breaks down polyethylenes to ethanols and gases alongside of some oils, lipids. Yeah, it does. Yeah, yeah. No, and you have a bunch of diesels in there, which are able to be filtered, and so it's like putting this as a one kind of altogether piece. Well, could be expensive for some. It's not really that hard to make it scalable, as in this is this size to this size to this big ass. It's the entirety of my backyard. I am the king of my own domain. I've got Colin Farrell. No, that's the other guy. Who's that YouTube cunt who makes cool shit that I wish I could make? Who's that fucker? Anyways, I'm bigger than him. I'm bigger than you, Colin. You have a bunker? Well, I actually made it useful. It makes me gas, bitch. I'm so sorry that you did that. You will fucking eat more, bitch. Yeah, but no, but like kind of, but no. The main thing is like a septic tank is like every 3 months to a year, depending on its size. And that's a lot of energy that you gain back, because 3 months to a year, you're going to gain enough energy to hydrothermal pyrolysis react that stuff. Which, at that point, it's like fuel for a very, very long time. Like, you can always convert a car into a diesel. If you don't know, you don't need higher compression. If you know what you're doing... Cars, for me, it's like, this is the plan, okay? This is the startup plan. Like, I got an investor. I know what I'm doing. I'm able to fucking make this shit happen. Because it's really not that hard for me. Port injection and direct injection combo. Most car inline fours can be turned into a propane or natural gas burning kind of car without... That is a very small amount of propane natural gas that we'll add in on the port side. And then we'll have that significantly advance its timing for spark ignition. And then that increases compression at top dead center. And then we have a lot more heat. And then I have the ability to use diesel with the direct injection. So it should still work. And I know for a fact it does. I've seen cars on YouTube using that. So it does work. You just gotta hit those air-fuel ratios. You don't want a lot of propane. In fact, you want almost no propane. You want a majority left over in that cylinder of regular air. So that way you can still burn your diesel. You're not looking to burn all propane. Small amount of propane. Air-fuel ratios are incredibly nice topics. To me, they're very simple. I have a nozzle. This is the pressure that is attached to the nozzle. This is the pressure of the cylinder vessel that it is going into. It is at 1.3 atmosphere. The nozzle size is this amount. The pressure amount inside the vessel is this amount. If I let the nozzle open for this amount of time, I get this amount of expected fuel intake into the intake of the butt injection. Simple mathematics. Easy physics. Real simple. It won't work. Ah, we got the killer here. It won't work no matter what you say. I am French and Russian together. I immigrate forever. Meanwhile, me. Have you tried it, Frenchman? No. I'm just saying, it does work. It's all about the amount of propane that you want to run with, because top dead center pressures go up, and you don't need much. You only need to heat it up a little. Remember, a 9-to-1 or 10-to-1 is not the same as 18-to-1. But heat does equal pressure when compressed, which increases compression ratios. Because it's a hypothetical, but it's not a hypothetical, it's a... I did increase pressures. 18-to-1 is just this amount of compression, and that means this amount of pressure and heat is there at 18-to-1. If I simulate what it is like to be at that amount of pressure, then I get compression ratios that are similar to 18.1, or 18-to-1, not 18.1. Yeah, you do. Yay! We've got someone that thinks like me! Woo! Yeah! He fucking thought it wouldn't work, and now he's aware that it won't fucking work. He finally realized how stupid he was being, and, you know, is apologetic. It's okay, no problemos. Problemos are for the fuckerinos. You know, the fuckerinos. They're the assholes. The assorinos. Assholerinos. But, yes, no, the fuckerinos, you don't want to deal with those fuckers. Be a folkerino. Everybody loves folkerinos. You want to be a folkerino, not a fuckerino. Anyways, but the point is just increasing pressure and heat, which makes compression ignition occur for your diesel. And so when you happen to have a very low, and I mean, we're talking like a drop of propane, talking like a so small, any natural gas, butane, doesn't matter, all of whatever, you can filter that, you can still distill that gas, by the way. Because it's like natural gas, it's really just like, you know, heat it up and then like that'll settle itself down to having higher and lower, so like less dense and then a higher density gas, you know, be burnable. And so, and if you treat it, if you want to, with certain catalysts, which catalysts are kind of a weird way to put. Like I use percolation catalytic filtration methodologies in my mind, because they're the easiest way to do it. Mustache Super Slam! Hey Dean Lumpf! Nice to see you. Nice to have you here. Streaming almost 2 hours. Finally got someone to come in. What's up? Anyways, I'm talking about percolation, filtration, catalytic conversion of a, let's call hydrogen to carbon hydrogen combos. So like 2 carbon, which is acetylene. Yeah. The reason why I liked acetylene I like acetylene is because the idea of putting acetylene into an E85 fuel primary gasoline vehicle was incredibly enticing. You see, like, as the graphs tend to do that kind of a thing. What do you think about H3 on the moon? Oh, helium? Helium-3. Oh, man. Or are you talking about hydrogen, like tritium? Uh, hmm. Well, you did H3, so I'm guessing that's tritium. Tritium on the moon. Ooh. See, the thing with tritium on the moon is that it's not extremely viable as a fuel source to gain tritium. The main reason why is the absolute terrible cost to mine the damn thing. When we could make the damn thing ourselves here on Earth by simply bombarding with neutrinos or neutrons, in a particle accelerated way, a bunch of liquid hydrogen. And effectively it's something similar, which is essentially what the moon did. It's like, hey, you over there, hi, son. It's like, I'm just hydrogen existing in the rocks. Shine me with your neutrons. Particle acceleration, huh? Anyways, but then helium-3, that's different. That's what I figured that you meant. Because helium-3 is a byproduct of the fusion that the hydrogens inside of the sun go through. And it's expected to be as a result of the coronal mass ejections, is what they were proposing. And the gravitational influence and the slowdown effect of our magnetosphere as well, being able to help collect a light atmosphere of helium-3 on the moon. I still would say it's not very viable, as helium, while useful for certain applications, isn't necessarily all that useful for others, and the expense of getting the damn thing, and mining it as well, still is, while a different process, really rough and expensive. So my thoughts are that it's not necessarily very worth it, probably, as they could probably just again do another version of a helium tank, like a liquid xenon tank, but it's like a liquid helium tank, and just shove a bunch of particle accelerators for neutrons and some make the tank out of neutron reflecting materials, and then bounce enough neutrons in there to eventually start getting helium-3 or hydrogen, tritium, that kind of thing. As it would probably be a cheaper method outright and more cost efficient outright than trying to fly to the moon. So, see here. Why am I this smart? I keep up to date on everything. I'm pretty smart, yeah, but sometimes I'm not. China is trying. Yeah, well, China has a weird, sorted history with space programs, we'll say. It's kind of going to probably eventually come out that China made the United States and Russia in their beginning stages look good by comparison of how often they ultimately ended up causing damage to their program, which is a rough thing to say, and a lot of people probably got very, very, very hurt. So that's a thing, and that's just logical. It's stupidly simple to see. Like, we used to say the same thing about no, the Russians and the like we didn't do anything, and then came out later, and it was pretty easy to see it. We just sort of ignored it because, like, that made us feel better, Smart mustache, thank you. So I was talking about a chemical catalytic conversion through a filtration for acetylene. The reason why I'm looking for acetylene is because acetylene is an incredibly explosively fast burn rate gas, which is what I'm looking for. As torque goes off at the top end of a vehicle, and then you have ethanol, which of course you can burn more, which is effectively creating a denser version, which is how they get more torque and more power. But there's an opposite way of doing that, because they have to increase their ignition massively. They have to go and hit ignition timing that's practically a quarter before top dead center to make ethanol, to burn effectively fast enough and to be able to get the power that they're looking for. And so the faster the piston velocities move up and down, the harder it is to burn it fast enough. And so when you add in acetylene, you'll find that the torque doesn't drop off quite as much. It's a very instead of right here. It's a very steep drop off once it gets to a certain point. And then that's when they use advancing of ignition timing. If you didn't see that advancing ignition timing, you would see a huge drop off. It would literally be a cliff. It'd be a cliff that comes off of it. But if they advance ignition timing, then they're able to get it to kind of stick around, but it falls. Versus acetylene setup, which won't really cliff off. In fact, it'll go up and it'll kind of just stay. It'll trail for a while, but it'll stay there for a long time. And so when you have E85, you have a very dense fuel. And so as you gain up in your RPM, because your vehicle is most likely moving, you gain increased air, and you can add acetylene. And typically around that 3,500 RPM mark, you can start adding acetylene. And it will give you because you use less ethanol around that point, because you have to use a 0.67 of ethanol, gas, versus you can use, acetylene you use 0.5, and then a pure ethanol you'd be using 17% 34% less than you would be using for your ethanol. But the thing is that you can use more. And so because you have let's say it's a 15-1 and you're using 9 out of that, and you have to try and hit that next 9, then you have to burn that much extra ethanol. Thank you, an unbelievable explanation. Thank you very much, Hayden Loop. It's a very weird one, because ethanol has its own issues with burning slow and not very hot, and it deals with compression incredibly well. And so when you have an explosive reactant like an acetylene, it burns hotter. It's able to handle the fact that it's getting slowed down by a non-explosive reactant, ethanol, and creates small little pockets of increased compression, which actually increase the speed of burn rate for your ethanol and increases heat. And it decreases nitric oxides as a result of the explosive decompression that occurs, often with a faster burn rate and higher burn velocities in localized, pocketed micro areas. So as a result of that, you end up getting an achieved greater degree of torque with less ignition advancing, which actually increases the likelihood of your actual thrust, because I'm spending this amount of energy over here for this push down to compress on that advanced timing, and then finally get your actual expected and necessary force out of the force over time out of your piston. And so you're spending energy to make a little bit of energy. And so because of that reduced advanced timing, you are reducing the amount of energy that you're putting into your compression stroke. And as a result, you get more power. And in fact, because you have more torque as well, you're also gaining more power. And so you'll see on that horsepower, it'll really ramp up once you get up there. But it's all about piston velocities here. You need piston velocities that make sense for you to use this, because detonation is technically occurring. It's all about ratios. Found a wonderful methane to acetylene setup where by Nature, where they tested ratios to see how much of a detonation velocity for burn rate from acetylene and methane, which methane's fairly close to ethanol in terms of how fast it burns. And so, especially under compression, which is what's happening. And so as a result, you need about a 40 to 80. You have that playroom, because it's like right around there at that 40%. Like then you start getting faster and faster burn velocities. You can keep increasing acetylene to the ethylene, and you can keep going up higher in RPM, but eventually you're going to need to add back in that ethylene to gain a advantage. And so that's where you can start having that race fuel mixtures of an ethylene, ethanol, and acetylene combo mixtures that will play very, very nicely in a port injection setup, because they are actually able to blend a little and not create a pre-ignition effect, because ethanol cools your intake, and as long as you don't have that intake, port area going ridiculous in its heat values, you'll end up getting to a point where because for me it's like I inject a little bit of ethylene or ethanol before the acetylene, right? Yeah, that's what I do. I inject a little bit of ethanol before the acetylene, and that cools it off. And then you get your acetylene mixture to be injected as well. You finish it off. You have your air-fuel ratios. You try and get a little bit more fuel, typically more acetylene in this case, than your air, because you want to try and burn everything. Not everything mixes, and so a little bit more acetylene will give you a little bit more heat and a faster burn velocity, which is at top end really what you're looking for, those top end RPMs, or what's going to give you your real power, and you're going to waste a lot less fuel doing that. And so you're going to go whoosh. So RIUSI. Oh, okay. So that's that. So someone else came in and asked me why I'm this smart, and it was RIUSI. Please follow, by the way. I love it. I need to set up my stream to actually have follow notifications and stuff, but I don't have that here, so that's nice. Can't really do that. I'm on a Chromebook of all things. This is the best thing. Doing this. I'm supposed to stream for 5 hours today, so that's gonna be a while. Because I have 20 hours to play with in a given month. 20 hours off of StreamYard. They give me 20 hours for a month. So I can do 4 times a week, 5 times, or 5 hours, and that'll give me 20 hours. So that's what I'm trying to do. But the acetylene isn't supposed to be it's the saving grace of all the stuff. I saw this fucking stupid ass article. I was like, what the fuck are you... What is this? It's using less fuel and it's making less power. Your air-fuel ratios, I don't give a shit about your stupid genetic algorithm or your fucking other basic... This is garbage. Everything about this fucking stupid study to me is garbage. I'm like, first off, you're not putting enough acetylene or fucking ethanol into that. It's running colder? Well, gee, no wonder why you don't have enough fuel to air ratios. And they're like, it produced less power overall across the... Well, fucking yeah, you didn't even advance timing for ethanol. Ethanol burns slower. You have to advance timing. I'm like, what the fuck is this? But then you see the torque curve of that, and it's like, ooh, it's exactly what I said would happen. And it's like, oh, what do you know? But they didn't target it for power, which is correct air-fuel ratios. They have to target it for power. They were targeting it for NOx emissions. And I'm like, well, yeah, because you didn't put enough acetylene to the fucking, like, fuel, and you didn't advance timing, you're going to have greater amounts of fucking NOx. Like, as in nitric oxides. It's just what that happens to be, because you're running that lean. Increasing nitric oxide emissions means you're running lean. Everybody knows that. But apparently not these folks. And I'm like, wee, yay, fucking stupid cunts, am I right? But, see, that's my biggest issue with that, because it's like, acetylene's expensive, and I'm like, actually, it's fairly cheap. It's fairly cheap. Like, honestly speaking, it's a fairly cheap gas additive. And all you need to do is get a methane injection kit to make, like, that's literally a regulator, a fuel regulator. So like the pressure in the bottle is only this amount, and so it's like then it goes into a smaller bottle that slowly decreases its volume, and then as the pressure in the main bottle decreases, and so that's a regulator, flow regulator, that also happens to make sure you maintain a specific amount of psi based upon that amount of psi that you start with in the bottle. And so, like, you need a flow pressure regulator that helps out with, your methane injection, which they didn't say they had. That was wonderful. It's just like, nope, it's not there. Fuck you. I don't know even in any way how to expect that you got proper fuel ratios. How the fuck do you expect me to believe that? I love that study. I wish I could find that study. I wonder if I saved that study somewhere. It might be in my other bookmarks somewhere. Yeah, let's see your mobile bookmarks. See your science stuff. No, I have to pee so bad. I have to urinate so fucking bad. I have to pee. Give me a second. I'm gonna mute this somehow. All right. Good, my cat. Alright, so my cat's here, folks. She decided to sit on my chair. Look at the Furbies! The kitties! The kitties, Furbs! Look at the camera, look at the camera, look at that. I love my cat. She's a great cat. I love her. I do. But, look, the thing that I like acetylene for isn't just that it's hotter and a faster burn ignition. It's that I can use more. It's a 11 to 1 versus a 15 to 1 for regular gasoline. And so mixing it early on with an E85 setup is incredibly simplistic to do. It's not technically 11 to 1, truthfully. Or like 12 to 1. I think it's 11, or let me see here. I think it's 12 to 1, not 11 to 1. So acetylene air ratio, acetylene is a 2.5 to 1. Nah, complete combustion of hydrocarbons. No. It's a ratio of acetylene to air. So 2.5 to 1 is what it says. So complete to hydrocarbons is surrounding air is complete structure with a matter. So a mole ratio of 5 moles of oxygen to 2 moles of acetylene. See, that's oxygen. I don't have a pure oxygen environment, you bastards. I'm using regular air. Anyways, I think it was like 11.98 or something. So, like, yeah, let me see if I can't find that acetylene alcohol study. So here's a synthesis. So it's acetylene alcohol fuel power. So if I could find it, I know. Where is it? It's a good question. Might be still in my mobile bookmarks, maybe. In the studies area. Huh. Okay, so I did not. But that was like a random thing I decided to like. Acetylene, ethanol. Let's do ethanol. So. High pressure oxidation. Ooh, this is a different one. Yeah, no, I found something else where they were trying to use it together with a setup that's it's like a Striggs and Bratton or something. If I could find the damn thing. Anyways, there's a single cylinder engine that and it was in use with a. Golly, I wonder if I can find it in my history. I know. Like, everybody, don't look at this. Chemistry. It wasn't that long ago. Okay, so ethanol, acetylene. Okay, so that's final flame speed traces ethanol blend horsepower. Maybe that's what it was. I don't think that's what it was. Oh, I did use this is it, researchgate.net. So like there's a PDF of something. Yep. This is the one that I went to. Yeah. Alright, so this, I'm going to copy the link of. So copy. I'll paste this in the chat. Which, of course, nobody's going to care. Because nobody's there. But that was the one that I was like, what the fuck is this study? They did it all wrong. They're fucking stupid. But that's because they didn't try and go with like proper air-fuel ratios, and they got tricky with how to run air-fuel ratios. Air-fuel ratios are simple stuff. It's like, hey, so this is the amount of air, because it has this amount of oxygen, to the amount of fuel. This is what you're running with your alcohol. This is what you're running with your acetylene. Blend the two. More ethanol or more acetylene. Or alcohol, whatever. Didn't matter to me. Point is, it was like, why is it that you won't fucking just do some things with that? They got all tricky with genetic algorithms and shit. And I was like, that doesn't work. You just fucking use that. Just use that. Just fucking blend the two properly for the methane style of how much detonation velocity, which is piston speed velocity, that you're looking to achieve. I mean that, because it's like the ethanol will slow the burn velocity of your acetylene. And so methane and ethanol, methane and acetylene combined together with this nature study. So methane detonation burn speed is what it was. I think burn speed. It's been a while. It's a Nature article. Influence of acetylene on methane air explosion. There you go. Visited that. 12/25. It was on Christmas. So there you go. That one's another one. I'll just fucking copy that one. Paste that in there. Boop-a-doo. There you go. Nature article. Alrighty, and that happens to work very, very efficiently in being able to explain to you. It's like, there's a 40 to 80% blend, and so the higher towards the 80%, as acetylene takes over, you have more quicker, much faster detonation styles of explosive reactions. But when you're talking about a piston speed velocity that is achieving a near explosive speed, it doesn't really matter. It's more about the pressures it can sustain. And so the expanding, cavity, because there's a gap at the top. There's a cavity. And so, that's your vessel. All right? And then it's expanding as the explosive reaction is occurring. And that you're hoping to capture and turn into your force over time, into a rotational force over time that gives you work. Energy. Okay? And so when you want to go through that, go ahead and realize by the end of it, it's like, look, it's trying to hit ratio mixes that are all about making sure that velocity, meters per second here, is equating to above the meters per second of the piston velocities, but only a little bit, because that increases pressures, and certain amounts of pressures are something that you don't want to increase past a certain point. And so burn speed versus burn pressure is what we're looking at. And so burn pressure is a hugely different topic. You've burnt your fuel, it's this hot, this density of material in this given volume, even if it is expanding, is still this amount of pressure. And it drops over time. That's the calculations you use. But you want a very high burn speed. So that way you get to that pressure earlier. And you want that pressure earlier before top dead center has started to go so much further towards your power stroke here that you've dropped all your pressure. You haven't gotten a push. And so advancing timing is a way to, while you're wasting some of your energy on the burn speed, to compress it and then get pressure and then get push. This means you can waste less and you can get there faster and you can still hit it at top dead center when you hit the right air ratios to fuel. And you can still get your proper burn speed and you get a detonation pressure wave smack that tends to help push it a little bit. And it rebounds as it goes and oscillates in the chamber. It helps out. It's like a spring that's bouncing around in there, and it gives you a little bit more boom. In that pressure wave, you get compression and a massive decrease in pressure. Okay? And in that oscillation, as it's expanding, you'll increase a reactive profile of a nitric oxide explosive decompression profile for the nitric oxides that are in there, which is one of the reasons why they are so good at explosively decompressing in micro amounts, which is one of the reasons why when you properly blend your fuels, you get a lesser degree of nitric oxides, which that study, the first one, the ResearchGate, doesn't do. It doesn't indicate in any way that they just did anything other than we used less outright, which was like, what the fuck good was this? And it was like, oh, now we're suddenly using more at the top end. And I'm like, yes, because it's trying to get rid of nitric oxides. So you're not using enough fucking fuel in this fucking thing at all. And then on top of that, it's like, oh, it suddenly uses more. I'm like, well, did you have a proper pressure regulator? Or, like, what's going on here? What's happening? Because like that's all about the amount of pulses for timing for those nozzles and the injectors. So I just don't like that study. That study kind of bothers me like a lot. I think it really does. Yeah. It has some clear deficits and where it tried to reduce the variability and account for what certain variables might have been actually causing in terms of effects for their results. And they're very, at the end, unsure what was doing what. It's very annoying. So that's one of my issues with that. That being said, it's like all it is like using slightly more fuel and a slightly higher burn rate and a slightly higher degree of heat, and you're getting higher pressures. That's all any engine really does. I don't care what anyone says. An engine is literally just I pushed, I banged, and then slowly over time I lost pressure. And through that losing pressure, going to a lesser pressure area, I made work over time happen. And that gave me useful work energy. And I know that sounds like so stupid, but it's like, it's literally all engineering for engines is. It's like, okay, the spinny blade go push air to compress area. I burn. A spin blade faster to push more air in spinny compress blade area. Making work over time occur with thrust of amount of air going through. There's more to that. There's more. I swear there is more. There's not more. There's no more. There's no more at all. There's no more ideas for your stuff. That's all thermodynamic is. It's like, hey, we have this thing doing stuff. How do we capture that to make us do stuff? Meanwhile, me looking at quantum thermodynamics and quantum fucking, like, conversion rates of energies. Potential to, like, regular, which is a conversion, is a potential energy to a regular worked kinetic heat, something else. Because heat's apparently different than kinetic, which is a bit odd in the quantum space. Anyways. Hello! How's it going? Nice to see you, Mr. Franson. Talking about how to use a alcohol ethanol blend, that is, and acetylene in an internal combustion engine to produce more power and reduce advancing of timing to be able to do so. How am I doing? I am doing okay, for the most part. I'm about halfway, a little over halfway through for the 5-hour mark that I'm going to be streaming for. I don't have coffee. I want coffee. I really want coffee. I don't have any coffee. I'm sad about not having coffee. I was supposed to wake up at like 9. I woke up at 3 p.m. I don't know what happened in between those hours. Of course I was sleeping, but I don't remember like how the hell that happened. It was like one moment I'm awake, the next moment it's 3 p.m. I fell asleep. What happened? That's the thing, But, I was trying to be more social. I got a little money, so I was going to go to a coffee shop, try and be more social. Maybe somebody would want to talk to me for sitting in a coffee shop alone by myself. That's very unlikely, but I wanted to try. How are you doing, Mr. Franson? I hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah, no, I was talking about before that, what was it? The percolation catalytic conversion filtration methodology. I'm glad you're doing well for natural gases. Certain gases are very, very easy when they're percolated after the pressurization or depressurization of a hydrothermal reaction, pyrolysis reaction, and forced through a catalyst that is a liquid catalyst, and then that's pushed through a carbon filtration. And so what it does is it slowly removes the carbon filtration, and it changes a hydrogen into a carbon hydrogen style, and you produce a little exothermics, which typically speeds up the reaction faster. And so there's always a balancing act there. And so you produce a lot of acetylenes. Acetylene! And also standard propanes and natural gases, stuff like that. Glad you're doing well. I think I said that earlier. I'm just trying to think about like how that wouldn't be explosive in its reaction. And it's like, oh, because the heat doesn't hit the heat that you're looking for. The heat! The heat! Can you see the heat? How much heat are you putting through this, you idiots? You must not run it through so much heat. It's explosive when it has heat. Anyways, that's stupid. But it's supposed to be like a liquid. It's water and a liquid catalyst. I forget which one it is. It's one of the off-the-shelf things that we currently have. which is, I think, basically like a hydrogen catalyst. It's a HHO generator catalyst. And so they use like that catalyst alongside of that and some water. They run a propane natural gas through it and into through a pressurized, percolating it into a carbon filter. Like it looks a little bit like a catalytic converter. And so as a result, as it goes through, it will react, and so it'll run through that a few times. Typically, as it percolates up, it'll go through another one, then another one, and another one, and then another, and you get the picture, because it's just carbon. It's literally activated charcoal or activated carbon filters, and some HHO generator catalyst, and so the heat from the gas coming through with the natural gas creates a little bit of the generation at first, then it creates the next heat for the next area, and then the next, and it releases more hydrogens, more oxygens too. But those oxygens go like, I can't really go anywhere. And so you are carbon, just sticking around. How about you want to pair up with my hydrogen lady friends here? The wingman catalyst, he is the fucking dope boss himself. and then there's oxygens, quite a bit of oxygens at that point, but then like there's also, you're breaking a pretty good amount of your propanes and natural gases down into more carbon, hydrogen, wanting to move over to becoming more carbon, hydrogen, which is settling. But then the other issue is you have a lot of oxygens, and oxygens don't really like to play well, and so you end up having that recombined with hydrogen that was freed together with a bunch of hydrocarbons. And so there's like, a bunch of hydrogens combining into this hydrocarbon, and then a bunch of oxygens that are like, so hey, yo, you want to make ethanols that are kind of not ethanol? It's more like an ethanol kind of style, weirdism, but it's not ethanol. I see. To me, it's like a oxygen, carbon, hydrocarbon thing. Like ethanol happens to have an oxygen attached, an HO or O at the end of it. Which is why you need so little, because there's that little extra O to feed into the fuel. 9-to-1 versus a 15-to-1. And so, like, you create a bunch of gases, like, not liquid gases, but gases that have a little bit of oxygens attached to them in a way that will stick around for long enough to actually be used as a fuel. You should never compress them under heat at all. They're explosive. They're a fuel oxidizer compound. And they're very powerful for what they are. But when you direct inject them, they're amazingly great for your fuel usage. Just, here's a diesel injection of explosive fucking compounds. I use compression ignition from ethanol, acetylene blend fuel. Just using some explosives to set up and ignite my fuel. Boom, just like drop that bass. It's not very funny for some people, but for me, it's hilarious. So I need to run even less air, because it's like a port and direct injection on this kind of style of setup. It's like you use a diesel injector, but instead of diesel, because you don't want compression here, you use a methane style diesel injection. And so it's like you push in a liquidized version of this because you cooled it down and you compress that as a result, and then you inject it not really under pressure. It's more just a really high flow. You don't want that to be a problem. You know what I mean? It's not explosive. Explosive. It will burn without the presence of air. Technically, it does so very very lightly. It's very very little, and you're left with a bunch of like leftover gases that didn't burn because there wasn't enough oxygen. So like you are able to get a burn, but it's not much. And so as a result, like you can force that in, and under a little bit of pressure before top dead center, you fire it off, and then it'll create enough heat and pressure to then, with the remainder of the rest of the air, to force an ignition, and then you get your ethylene or ethanol, acetylene, and more burning style explosive reactant. I'm not really sure I want to tell anybody what that fucking fuel oxidizer hydrocarbon gas is. I'm not really super into that, like, because most people are like, well, this seems like I could do this myself. Let me get some Let's get some carbon filtrations, some water and HHO catalyst. Run some hot propane through it. And this will be fine. Natural gas? Yeah, sure, let's just use natural gas. This will be okay. No! Don't do that! Please do not! No! It makes an exothermic reaction that will absolutely cause a problem. Please don't do this. Exothermic. That's not that big of a deal. Jesus Christ. Anyways, but the point is, it's like you need a fucking distillery style reaction vessel, and so you need like multiple levels of those filters to make this work appropriately. And you have to run it through a few times. So like that's one of those. You have to capture it on the other end. You have to pre-compress it, or you run it through a few times. And you let the heat kind of keep itself going through. And you get like this weird compound. It's just a hydrogen, a few more hydrogens, a few more oxygens loosely bound to hydrogen, and a few more carbons that are roughly in the area that are like, I don't know why, but I don't want to. It's not right now. I'm not feeling it. Just not feeling it, oxygens. Maybe if you looked a little prettier or something. Meanwhile, oxygen. I have hydrogen. I don't need you. Wham! Oh my god, carbon! Oh my god, oxygen! It's funny though, to me, honestly, because it's like that's effectively what that was. Because it's like, why is it? And it's like there's two hydrogens that are over here. There's enough carbons that are right there and there, and then there's like these carbons over here. But then it's like then they break off, and then like you get this weird floaty carbon. It's got a bunch of carbons and like an oxygen that's kind of just like hanging out between like two. You're actually three hydrogens, really. You've got like two carbons next to it. Like, hey. Just like doing its thing. And I'm like, that's such a recipe for disaster. It wants to flip itself constant. Go fucking. I can't for some reason. Anyways, but then it doesn't actually work that way because it's really weird because it's unstable. It's unstable for what it is, but it lasts the same length of time as any gasoline, like a few months, so it's decent enough. But then it's like, oh yeah, no, if you combine it, but then you get a liquid. That's the main issue with the liquid. Combine it with the other oxygen. But then like randomly they'll just be like, I'm like 3 oxygens combined to every hydrogen, and I have 2 carbons here. It's just like hanging out like a bow tie. It's just like, nah, I'm just gonna be over here. 2 hydrogens and an oxygen and a carbon and 2. It's like, there's no way carbon combines with fucking water. It's not combining the same way. It's not polarized anymore. That's kind of how that worked. And it's just like, what is this? I don't know why this did this. I don't know, but it does it. I was like looking at it, and it's like, why is there a hydrogen attached to this carbon? And then there's another carbon attached to this hydrogen, and then it's got like an oxygen just like hanging out over there. And it does it like that, yeah, on every single side. It's got this like little bow tie. It looks like a bow tie because it's like it's got, you know, kind of like, but then it's kind of like a triangle. And it's like a little bow tie thing, you know, kind of in the middle because it's got a triangle and then it's got the bow tie out. Anyway, so you get the picture. And so it looks cool. It looks cool. It does. It looks pretty cool. It's just also highly explosive. It's a genuine explosive gas. Acetylene is explosive because of how, when it's properly mixed with as a random little fruit fly, when it's properly mixed, it has like a with pure oxygen, very very fast reactive period, because the hydrogen will kinetically fling the carbon into something and then create because of the heat that's there, immediate reaction with carbon, which produces more heat, which then will fling a hydrogen, and so it like very very quickly does its chain reactional compound creation exothermically. But when you use this, it's got fuel just hanging around wanting to go there. And so then it's like, here's some extra fuel. Here's some heat. Here's some more extra fuel. Ba-boom. Go have funs. It's very loud, very hot. It's very, very hot. If you use that as a direct injection method, because you don't need high compression ratios. You can run it with like an 8 or a 9-to-1. And high compression is actually kind of dangerous because like it increases the speed of its detonation velocity. And so like a 10-to-1 high performance engine, which you don't even need forced induction for this, you can just hear a bang that goes off. And granted, you're not putting the type of fuel that you're going to use to make a over pressurizational effect occur. Which is the whole point. Like, it's just like, oh, sure, it's a detonation, or whatever. But, like, you didn't increase pressure for the moments of time where it was at to such a degree you broke the material strength of your design. And most of the time you don't. Most of the time you're not going to. 10-to-1, not really. 11-to-1, for sure, yeah, absolutely, probably. There's a reason why most people don't do 11-to-1s. Like even gasoline's like, hey bitch, I'm suddenly explosive. Boom. But every time I think about it, I'm like, this isn't very hard to turn this into a decent little racing engine. Because technically, if I'm able to burn a little bit of ahead of time to reduce the explosive reactionary part of it and just get pressure, then you can use that to your advantage by like firing in your direct injection. You're increasing heat at the top, but it doesn't really necessarily matter because you're just adding more pressure. But it's like, no, this is on the after top dead center. Like, we're going to inject the explosive reactant. And then, like, that gives you a overtime increase of pressure. Exothermic, because it's like it drops, and so it's like, all right, so like we were at 2,000 psi, and we dropped it down to a quarter to we're near the middle, so we're halfway to the middle of your cylinder, and now we're at like 800, something like that, which that is because of the rate of detonation speed of your ethanol or your E85 and your acetylene blends. But if you have a little bit of extra air, because you went lean on that, and then you added this in, you fire it in, you have a lot of heat, a lot of pressure, and it explodes, more or less, but it's now in a much larger vessel. And so what you do is you end up getting like an explosive reaction, much greater amounts of heat too, but it's really just density. Like, it's really mostly just density, because you increased the amount of stuff in the vessel. And you did so in an energetic way, yes. And as a result of doing it in an energetic way, that heat then gives an equationally persistent, to certain things, increase of pressure. And as a result, you end up getting like an increase of from 800 to 1,200, we'll say. Not a bad bump, right? You went from 2,000 to 800, now you're at 1,200. And like that gives you an extra little push towards that middle half, less, because basically by the time you get to the middle, you start slowing down piston velocities, and they have to slow down. And then you end up having a crankshaft that rotates a little bit faster as a result, giving you a little bit more torque as a result. But you didn't do it in a way where you banged on your bearings and you didn't destroy everything that is the engine. Instead, you went to a very high degree of pressure very quickly. That's really where the majority of the stressors that you achieve are. And so that's where, like, when you increase advancing of timing, you gain back this decrease of stress and strain on those bearings where your connecting rods are connected to the crankshaft, and your wrist pin as well. But if you do it incorrectly, you stress out the rod, and your rod bends. And so when you get up to top dead center, near top dead center, and you increase the burn velocity, and it's still within the specified range of the pressures that you should know of the material. Let's say we were working with aluminum, basic aluminum here. It's, you have an inline 4 aluminum, small block, some shit that's like that, like 1.3 liters, some shit like that. All right, and it's not meant to handle high pressures, but you're running E85, but your ECU doesn't know that you're running E85. It's not meant to run E85. You did all the converter, blah 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 things, and so it's not going to destroy any of the lines for your fuel, your pump, or anything else. You're going to be able to run your E85. But your ECU doesn't know you're running E85 until you tell it you're running E85. And so what that means is you went from I'm going to run 15 to 1 ratio to now I have a 9 to 1. And so I can go to the fuel mapping and go, hey, I'm going to primarily run for my setup an E85 setup. And I'm going to cut back this fuel. I'm going to extra lean this sucker out. I know that this volume in this cylinder, should this have from the top dead center down all the way to bottom dead center, it actually had for the full duration there. And I had this amount of lift in this cross-sectional area gives me this nozzle size, which means this amount of flow because of this amount of pressure equating outside, which should give me this amount of actual air units, we'll say. And this means I need this amount of fuel, which is air-fuel ratios. Now, I'm not looking for super significantly tight timing air-fuel ratios. In fact, that's the opposite of what I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for a leaned out mix. I'm not looking for a perfect blend of 9-1. I'm actually looking for that same 15-1, more or less. But what I'm really doing is I'm saying, hey, this methane injector that I've installed is a part of this injector as well. And it's like, no, that's direct injection. You can't blah, blah, blah. And I go, blah, 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 blah. Advance the timing of your injection. I don't care, ECU. Get out of here with your error codes. I don't care. Here's some acetylene. Have fun. Here's our regulator. I put a box around it. It's a very safe box. It's a very thick-walled, heavy steel box. Cage more than anything. It's not really a box, but you know. Live you learn, right? Really? No, because a cage will be fine. But my box cage there. Here's my shelling tank. No. Fuel regulator. Goes sneaks through. What is that? It's don't touch. That's what that is. It's the don't touch it. Now, the amount of acetylene here isn't going to change the amount of heat that you're going to see very significantly. A lot of people think it's like, it burns so hot. And it's like, yeah, no, it does. Truthfully, but it's a 13% increase of heat. It's not that much. And considering by volume, it's 50% at most, you know. Which it's not. It's more of a quarter of the volume of your ethanol. Then as a result, you're really only going to quarter the amount of heat increase of your E85. And so you're quartering 13%, which is a very small number of actual heat units increase, you know. So as a result, it's mostly about pressure, and it's mostly about the fact that instead of using more E85, because I want to use it as the standard 15-1. I have 15 units to my 1 gasoline. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's like, instead it's 9-1. So I can burn more fuel, but it's like, no, I'm still burning it at the same amount as my 15-1. But instead I'm going, this is the thing you pulse that says it's 15-1. And it's like multiple injectors. And I'm like, yeah, multiple injectors work very, very efficiently for what they are. And all you have to do is split them. You know, an ECU has a thing that sends it off, right? So it'll send the injector to go, hey, pulse, do the thing. All right. And so basically all you do is you put your bifurcating design there, and you go, hey, so advance this, okay, and then this one is delayed. Okay, so that's just a resistor. And it's like, no, resistors resist, delayers delay. I can't be making this be resisted. I need it to still open the amount I need it to open. And so it still needs to hit the same amount of current and all the rest of it. And so if I want that to do that, I have to make it travel a longer distance. It's a delaying cable. Which it's like, no! And I'm like, exactly. It's a capacitor. A capacitor has to build up a charge, and then it sends it. When I add another little, you know, I double pulse it. But actually, they equate the same amount there. And so, like, that's why I advance timing to say, hey, you're going to get sent off to pulse first. And you're going to pulse this amount. And that's going to be the correct amount. But this, it goes, I'm ethanol for one thing. And I need to be way more in here. And in fact, I didn't even get the amount of pulses I need. And so it's like, yes, I need to store the amount of pulses and everything. And so you turn into a bunch of capacitors, more or less. Boom, 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 kind of thing. And so like you're able to achieve what is roughly the same amount of ethanol and acetylene blend that you want. And that's like a cheapo way to do it. I don't personally prefer that way, if I'm being honest. That way doesn't really work stupendously well. If I'm going to be honest, it's way easier to simply just add a secondary fucking connecting thing, like an onboard board. Like every time I look at ECUs, I'm like, these can be easily destroyed by any NUC or Raspberry Pi or something, because it's just a couple of detectors that have a certain algorithmic basis. None of that's very difficult to have work. And so, really, the cheapest method is just to like fucking add in a board, like a literal board, like a Raspberry Pi board that like, hey, so I'm sending out these pulses to the Raspberry Pi, and they're going to be advanced because you need it to happen faster, because it takes a while for it to calculate. And so it's like, okay, so you're 100 milliseconds advanced. Then it goes through and it goes, okay, so then it send off this one first and then that one, and then it does this thing, and then you got your injecting timing done just fine. But it's like, oh, I wanted my explosive reactant. You know what I mean? I'm looking for that guy. Because, like, I'm a jerk, apparently, to my engine. Because it's like, this is what we were talking about, and that's the reason why I'm talking about this. But I'm not a jerk to my engine. But, like, I'm going to add in my ethanol. I have 3, really, injectors here. I have my direct injection, my one direct injection, which is a liquid injection of explosive reactant. So super smart, right? But, it's fine. It doesn't burn the fuel in the injector before, so it's not going to do it now. But then I have my 2 injectors of my acetylene and my alcohol, my E85 mix. And it's like, that pulses those off for these amount of times. Do. And so, like, that's basically what it's ultimately doing. So say this advances it for port injection. That allows it to mix. Then it goes up to top dead center, and it's like, all right, I've ignited because spark ignition. And then it's like, oh, I've gone down this amount, and I inject this, and I get an increase of my secondary, gas, air, fuel mixture, because I'm extremely lean. That means I'm not burning all my fuel. As a result of that, if I'm able to time it right, and the injector, it's usually in the 30 psi range, which means I can push in a decent amount of fuel pretty fast before it starts to ignite. And it's unlike diesel, and so particulate matter isn't going to be as increased, in fact, if at all. And so I get an extra kick, an extra jump. And instead of like, oh, I went too far, with my acetylene and my pressures because they're properly air-fuel ratioed, for the 15-to-1 gas, I just burnt them in a slightly different way and increased the heat a little bit. It gives me a little bit extra torque, a little bit extra oomph, like an advanced timing, just a smidge, and that gives me, by its own right, a little extra kick, like it's going to increase pressures instead of like a 900, maybe 1100, psi at top dead center after ignition. I gain maybe up to 15. Not terrible. It should survive. I need new head gasket material, because it's not really meant to handle 1500 psi. And so I was like, I have to put a new head gasket in, but I'm already changing all this out, so like a new head gasket isn't really that hard to change out. It's just not, and torque it to the right spec with a torque wrench, and an extra 5 pounds, foot-pounds, in to out, start in the middle and you go outwards, for your torques, for your heads. And you've got your acetylene E85 mix that burns a little faster, and so you don't need to advance timing as much. In fact, if at all, as it burns quite quickly. But you do usually want a little bit before bottom or top dead center, just a little bit. Typically a 64th or something before top dead center, which is like a 64th of an inch before, or like, the little small amount. Like top dead center's here, like we're gonna start there, and then we'll be able to get everything, that kind of thing. And then it's like by the time you get to here, it's like, all right, inject, and then that should burn off extra nitric oxides, and give you a little bit more power, and not do it in such a way that you're going to break your bearings. So that's the whole thing. Like a bearing typically understands that, or at least the manufacturers will tend to put in, because it doesn't have understanding. It will understand the a way, I guess you could put it, that I'm this strong, and you are not as strong as me. And as a result of me being so strong, your puny weak PSI increase was nothing. Because they're built for like knock events. If you didn't know, they're built for knock events that sometimes occur. Not often, but they're built for being able to handle that just a little bit. And so they'll go a little bit above. 1500 psi, it's usually pretty high. And so typically, that's just like layman's terms, a way of putting like, hey, so we'll see maybe a 10 to 15% increase, in terms of power. And then this other little doodad is going to give you another 10 to 15% increase. So a total of 30%. But doing it in such a way where it's not all at the top, and it's already moving, and that dramatically reduces the impact on your bearing, because it's already moving. And so as a result, like, you aren't actually increasing the pressure quite as much as you would expect. You're not going to jump back up to your 2000, in fact, or your 1100 or even 1500. It's not what you're expecting to do at all. You're only expecting to just sort of give it a little bit of a tappity tap and a nice little firm push, which typically means you jumped it up. If you looked at a PSI graph, it would get to about the 600 mark, and then you jump it up to about an 800, and then it would probably very quickly fall off to like, to whatever bottom dead center pressures would have been, plus your 200 at that point. So, still an extra good kick, because if you are unaware, momentum is conserved. The whole Newton's law. And so as a result of it already moving, you gave it another push as it was already moving, and so that actually increases the amount of energy you get out of that push. Quite a bit, substantially more, but you're still only getting 15 to 30% of an increase, depending on how much you want to use, and where you do it, and how often you're able to inject. Like if you're able to inject more than once, you can get a little bit more out of that. But those are usually in a forced induction system, because you're able to, instead of 1-cylinder volume, I have 5-cylinder volumes. So I have 5-cylinder volumes here. And so now I have, I'm still running my 15-to-1. I'm stupid lean. Who said you could do this, Mr. Lemke? Die! Go faster, die! Off screen. Of course. Don't want to put that on screen. Move faster, you piece of shit, piston head! You're slow as fuck! I need piston speed velocities that make Formula 1 engines look like garbage. No, hey! Do you really? No, I don't. No. Like, this is mostly for, like, you know, if you wanted to run this as a kit, because this was what we were talking about. As a kit, in the beginning of this, we were talking about starting, like, a whole, like, little company where we can make individual people be able to make their own fuels, and therefore be able to reduce costs associated with fuels and energy costs associated with being hot or cold, respectively. Off of trying to change the entire climate crisis here and recycle better and be able to utilize techniques that manage to give you more for less in this instance, because this is, like, technically speaking, we can utilize a technique like this to reduce the outright amount of fuel that we need to use of each given fuel type, because we can blend, if you're unaware, as a stabilizing compound, if you are again unaware, this bubbly soda air that is very burny, but still not going to explode. Still fuel oxidizer for sure. Yeah, it's quite close. It's so close. You have no idea. If you put it under pressure, it likes to make more of those bow ties, which are far more explosive. Really? Yeah, that's how I call them. They're bow ties. They look like bow ties. They have a triangle that has, like, the oxidizer and hydrogens in the inside, then carbon. Then they have, like, two little things with your double hydrogens and then the oxygens on the outside of that. And so it looks like a little bit of a bow tie, but under pressure, it'll do it more readily. Like, quite a bit more pressure. We're talking like 50 to 150 psi, and it'll do it a lot more readily. But it's explosive. It's a genuine explosive compound. It's a boom, and it doesn't need air to explode. Like acetylene, which is what I was creating that for. Shocker, right? Yeah. But, like, what's the point of that? And I'm like, well, so it's an incredibly good oxidizer with the ability to with a little bit of extra air act as its own compression ignition system. That's right, you guessed it, because we have diesel. We do have diesel. There's nothing saying, and you're like, wait, well, you put it in with diesel injector. I don't know why, and I get it. It's a liquid, and you're trying to basically force a little bit more pressure, but flow more than anything at that point, because, like, you're not looking for pressure, because the nozzle's like, wait a second. See what you did there? I was setting you up long ago. But yes, I added into diesel. It actually works really rather well to dissolve into diesel. I'm not sure really what the hell that is. I think it's like a weird polarization effect or something. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. All I'm aware of is that like it's neutral enough that it mixes very well and dissolves very well. And it doesn't create like soda bubble problems until you get to like, oh, it's incredibly hot gas that you're trying to force at enormously low pressures. What are you doing? What are you doing with this? This is bad. Who did this? Who are you? Oh, but yeah, no, it does work that way, really rather well, efficiently too. If you push it through, it fires out in a much better spray pattern, and you can pulse the shit out of it because like you have 5 cylinders now. So like I have like my regular gasoline and everything else, and pulse, 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 pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have my first, my one after, my next one, my next one, and my next one because I have 5 cylinders. But I can use way more. And so like that first one, that first pulse is set up for the way more. Because it's like, oh, I only have 15 to 1 for like one single cylinder. And then I have like a little bit extra if I leaned it out for like one pulse. And it's like, now you have 5 cylinder volumes. So 1 was taken up, and you now have 4. With a fuel oxidizer compound that's effectively its own oxidizer. So, diesel, have fun with diesel. Boom, 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 boom. Die, 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 die. Which is why it's like, frick! You know, yeah, because it's like, oh, I accelerated you consistently all the way down. It's like you started at top dead center, now you're here, bitch! You're here very fast! Ding! Boom! Bitch, get down there. And instead of having like, I had 5,000 PSI at my top dead center, it's like, no, I didn't do that. I wasn't stupid like that. I decided to do, over time, a burn in stages. Which is kind of like a rocket. You know, we're like, we dropped you off. Because like the mass, because Newton's third law, you know, I don't want to really move. Or was it the first? It's one of the laws. And then I guess I'm going to move. Okay. Oh my god, fine, I'll move. Fine, I'll fucking fuck you. Fuck you. Fine. Give me more momentum every time, you bitch. God. And so, relatively speaking, because relativistics are in play, its relative perspective is that it has relatively less mass because it's accelerated in the direction you're already trying to accelerate it at. And then you're going to add in more pressure. And then you're going to add in more pressure again. And you're going to add in more pressure again. And then you're going to add in again more pressure. That's right. You got it. You're getting there. It burns really rather well and efficiently. Yeah. But the main issue is you're accelerating a piston down to your bottom dead center. No. Middle. The middle. It needs to slow down. You accelerate it up to the middle of the cylinder. That is correct. And once you do that, then you have the ability for it to slow down. And the pressures up to the middle dead center are now increased. And so now that's for sure 2,000. You know, or let's say it was 1,000. 1,000 psi. So for sure that vessel is now this size. It's 1,000 psi. It's quite warm. It is, yes. It's quite warm. And now it's like, I must slow down. Okay, I'll let you slow down. I have 1,000 psi. Please expand. Please expand. Please expand faster. There it goes, expanding, 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 and it goes, okay, I'm at bottom dead center. Couldn't have to push me so hard. Yeah, well, you didn't have to be so slow about it. That opens up a whole idea for like, where are the new crankshafts that don't need to be more slow? And I'm like, I have those. Those are gears. I have gears crankshaft. It's a rod that goes through two gears opposing, and like on one side and another, it goes down, and then it switches over, and then like these are engaged now, and then they'll go up for that. On the side. So like, because gears have, so one side, like that's the down, this is the upward, so you have compression, and then like you're able to use a slipping disc centrifugal clutch for your flywheels, because you don't need as much of that flywheel power out of your horsepower and torque to keep up compression, because you have momentum. And so as a result, you're able to gain a greater increase of efficiency from your crankshaft as a result, from your brand new fuel system that kills the shit out of most vehicles right now. Like, breep, 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 breep. It's like, why does it sound like that? Gee, I wonder what's gonna happen. Breathe. They're not supposed to be that way. But I love that, because it's like, it's fine, it's an explosive diesel at that point using ethanol. It's explosive diesel, yeah, I should really say that that's explosive diesel. Because it's explosive diesel that then is ignited by an E85 acetylene mixture that burns ridiculously fast and hot. It has a very high amount of pressure at that point, like it's at an 18-to-1, because you can add in diesel after that, initial burn. And so, like, when I have the explosive, bow tie reactant compound added in to the diesel, which mixes quite well, it's like a very, very fast burning fuel that's also pretty dang hot at burning. So as a result, I get a very increased amount of torque set up. Like, because it's burning over time, I have a much greater degree of torque. And as a result of a greater degree of torque, and a higher degree of RPM, I have a much higher degree of horsepower available to me. And I am not technically at that point using any less fuel. There's no little less fuel. I would be able to, though, with the other setup, with like the 3-peat fuel kind of thing, where I use a little bit of acetylene and a little less E85 and a little less of that gas, which is cooled and everything. And a good way to put that in perspective for, I think, some people out there that might not know much about internal combustion engines and how to maximize fuel use from each of the fuels you have, it's with gaining power, of course, because you have a certain degree of air that you have to burn if you want to maximize your potential into work. But so you have to end up utilizing a basic setup of a gasoline E85 mixture with a ram air. We'll say it's a ram air, okay, and variable valve timing would be a good idea to have at that point. with a ducted airflow diesel injection, which is a Bernoulli's principle, something or other, that sucks in air along with the fuel. It mixes the two very efficiently. And if you do it actively, by having air get pushed alongside of the fuel into the injection nozzle, then you get a very efficient diesel injection that removes particulate matter, which is what they're currently researching right now. And as a result, from top dead center, you're able to push if you gain a blend like E85, which you're hopefully using, in terms of compression ratios, by having a very low PSI forced induction, which is a ram air, comparative to a turbo. And as a result, you're able to gain an advantage by being able to utilize from a lean mix to a actually regular mix of fuel and air. Even though diesel typically gains its power from higher compression as a result of you using that heat and extra fuel that is now in the internal cylinder volume, which is expanding, is now gaining density, and it's, while not as hot as the ethanol acetylene, it doesn't matter, it's actually more mass. And as a result of more mass, you maintained an increased degree of pressure. As a result of an increase of pressure, you've increased torque values. And as a result of increasing torque values and maintaining the same degree of RPM, let's say 6,000 RPM, you have increased horsepower. Torque is horsepower is a torque divided by 52 or some shit, or multiplied 52, I forget which. It's a whole equation thing. But that's all that does. And you do that if you add in diesel with the extra air that you have to burn with your diesel, which is more than hot enough and pressurized enough to compress and ignite. And as a result, you've increased your outright performance of your engine for your little inline 4 1.3 liter with a port injection and a direct injection that was swapped out for a diesel injector. You have to thread it, you have to tap it and thread it. That's fine, that's not that big of a deal. But that's all you gotta do. It's gotta add in a diesel, which it's not the ducted airflow, so that's what that is. You can turn it off whenever you have to get your smog checked. And you're going to run very lean mixtures for each one of those little bumps of extra pressures. Granted, you're also going to happen to run a little harder on your engine. You're going to run a little warmer, and you also run a little bit more torque, when normally you wouldn't run that much torque. You just wouldn't. But every time I think about that, I'm like, it's not that hard to get around that. Because an active ducted airflow is like, okay, so if I'm already having to thread and tap my heads, then this injector size area is something I can just, hydraulic ram press, press it in, and then weld that area, and then tap it, make sure it's all done and good, like a little bunch of little tiny nozzles that you want to have it spray at an angle and then straight down for your diesel, okay? And your diesel is going to go spray through that, and then on the outside of that, you'll have a cylinder that you screw in, and then you tap in, or not tap in, you add in like a little bead of weld or whatever, and that you can angle grind off, and then you can unscrew, so that way it doesn't ever work itself free. But then you have like a hydraulic ram at the top, a little tiny one. You only need like a little bit of one because it needs to go around the injector. The injector is something that you're going to need to eventually, you know, take and clean. You know, you have to clean your injectors or you have to replace them. So it's like that's one of the reasons why it's like when you have like a little ram, it's like little ram's going to go over in a nice little cone around that, and like air comes through, like regular air, okay? Because it's got holes. These are one-way valves. So it's like air comes up as the ram comes up, sucks in air, push down, pushes air together with your injection. And you just need valves, one-way valves, where the injector is. And so like that's where the plunger system is effectively what I like to call it. It's got a little hinge. That's all you need that for. And so it's like a little hinge, and so like that valve opens up and it's got a nice little spring on it, nice little hinge. The diesel and the air combine together, they go force through the little holes. You got your secondary injector, and you can do that every single time. And it's and you don't need to do it very often. You're not looking to do it like I was talking about for many times over. You're only looking to do it the one time. And by the way, that force of the air and fuel coming in and mixing with the heat and the pressure of your combustion will force close that hinge for you pretty darn well. Pretty fast. It's like, hey, so you're open? Fuck. And so a little comes out, but it's not that big of a deal. You know, if some comes out, you know what I mean? Because, it's probably going to be a little bit, but it wouldn't matter. You've gained an increased amount of pressure and an increased amount of horsepower and torque. So as it heats up, you get your extra pressure, you got everything else. You get to 6,000 RPM, you've maintained more torque at the top end, you've maintained more horsepower. And so, like, that's what that is. It's a kitschy little cool way of doing that. Instead of like, oh, I need to increase the amount of these things. It's like, I don't need to do anything but, like, just with my variable valve timing, shove in, like, a diesel injector and a hinge system and like, force in air and fuel to come together with a hydraulic ram. That gives me extra pressure, and that gives me extra grunt. And because it's already moving, I actually gain a little bit more. And it's mostly just for that top end. You know, like the low end, you're going to see it too. But like that top end is really what it's for. And so that you can feasibly see an extra 100 to 150 horsepower. Because you maintain torque. Maintaining that drop instead of advancing and everything else. Because I'm able to add in that acetylene, which there's nothing saying I can't add in acetylene. If I make both of them go off at the same time, it's just like acetylene isn't the amount. And at that point, it's like you're a 50-50 mix. You know what I mean? Which it's like a 50-50 mix is a little high end on that one instead of a quarter mix. You know, and so that's more explosive, and so that's more of the very high end RPM, that 3,500 to 6,000, 6,500 mark, or even above. You know, and so, you know, fuel mixtures, it's like, it's easy enough to get multiple injectors to fire. It's not easy to get multiple injectors to fire differently. You know what I mean? And so that's the main rub. And so most of the time people don't tend to like to fuck around with it. My cat came around and my face is just itching. She came over and I like held her up to the camera a while back, and now my face is just itching. It's itchy as fuck. Anyways, yeah, what was I thinking? Well, it's a cheap, simple solution. It's a cheap, simple solution, where it's like all you have to do is give them like a header upgrade. Let's say it's a header upgrade in ECU, like Pi, stick into this, kind of board or something, like a little Raspberry Pi thing that I buy, and I give them to these individuals that want to make their own fuel and everything else. I mean, they got plenty of dead branches, dead trees, grass clippings, old if they decided to make their own corn or something, and they have all these stalks left over that they're not looking to mulch into and then rip up their ground to try and aerate it, which loses them actually nutrients and carbon, and is less sustainable practice, because eventually they will have to stop doing that as they till their land. Instead, there's apparently like this way where it comes in and it opens it up and then it closes it back down, and like that's a really great way. But it's like also it's like, oh hey, we don't have that equipment or whatever else, and so you know. Anyways, point is, what I'm trying to say is like if that's what they're doing, then it's like, oh yeah, and I don't want to mulch the ground, and so it's like I can put this into there with my poop and my pee, and I got some plastics that have the right marking on them, and so like handy dandy sheet, because those are your recycle stuff. Like this is a recycle 7, this is a recycle 1, this is that kind of thing. And so I was like, this is polyethylene. This is fine. This is fine. This one is not fine. That one you can't use. That one can't use. That one. That's not going to actually break down into the fuels that you're looking to use. Get your filter for your acetylene. You still got your diesel. You still got your everything else. With your ethanol, your regular gas, and so then you take that out. You let it dry off. You're going to put it in a nice little container. So just like any aerated compounds you would be able to capture if there's any fuel in that, methanes or otherwise. That'll be added, and then you can compress, and then you just tip over one of the sides, let it dry out, and then you got your fertilizer, and then flip it over a couple times, turn it over, get your compost if you want to compost. Because there's already technically fertilizer at that point. You can technically still use it right off the bat at that point. But, just a little bit of love and care will give you a lot more out of that. Because, some banana peels, eggshells, stuff like that will probably help you out a lot at that point. And then have fun with your farms. Have fun with your gardens, selling it if you want to. Whatever you want to use that soil for, because you have soil at that point. That's soil. That is soil. And you can use it for whatever the hell you want to. It's soil. Yeah, no, well, it breaks down a lot of the carbon and it puts it into that. But you still have carbon left over. You still have nitrogen left over. You still have a lot of stuff left over. Yeah, it's not taking nitro. You can technically get nitromethane out of that if you want to do it that way. Like you can use a chemical process to get nitromethane out of that hydrothermal reaction, because nitrogen and methanes are present, and so it's just a catalyst. And so you can take more nitrogen, but nitrogen isn't necessarily like the biggest part of a nitromethane. If you're unaware, nitromethane isn't the biggest part. It's the methane that's the biggest part. It's still going to have like leftover nitrogen. It's going to have leftover carbons. You're still going to have leftover potassium and calciums and all the rest of it. There's a lot of stuff in poop. There's a lot of stuff in your organic waste. There's a lot of stuff that isn't ethanols or hydrocarbons. So, it's still fertilizer. It's still soil. You add a couple of things to let it mature over time, get rid of some of the acidity or get rid of some of the alkalinity, depending on the amount of plastics or other organic wastes that you added in. Changes what you get out, but you still get a good dang large amount of fuel, and so you can still put sticks in. You get your mulcher planning on like giving them a big old thing, that just destroys sticks and chips them and then chips them again and then dustifies them. So that's what you're looking to do. You want dust, or at least close to dust. And it's like you get that and you do all these other things, and like, which that's leaves, that's grass clippings, cow patty, random meat that spoiled, milk, still works, it's got fats, still got some carbons, so like that does turn into, usable fuel, diesels usually, so, but no, it's not like the perfect fertilizer right away, but you can use it, and it would grow things. But a little bit of composting isn't going to hurt you. You know what I mean? Like, you just flip it over, every once in a while, and then throw in your banana peels or whatever else that you don't want. Eggshells, milk, I guess, stuff like that. And, because you're still doing that also. You can do a 50-50 split because, like, all of it goes into the initial hydrothermal pot, septic tank pot kind of thing for your home. You bury it, and then everything's got its all of its little gubbins, as I like to call it. Like, you got little tubes that siphon it up, and then like you get your gas, you got your gas, your liquid gas, and then you got your more slurry mixture of diesel and some other fats. And so like then you got this is gonna just siphon it off over to be filtered, so that way you have diesel that's good filtered diesel. It's not going to harm your car or your injectors because it's filtered. And then you have your gas, which is still filtered, and then your liquid gas, which is ethanol, gasoline. You get blends, and so you can distill that, add on that, and you distill that. You get your more ethanol. I forget where it is in the distillery, but the point is that you got ethanol, you got gasoline, you've got your nitromethanes, which should still technically be present. It's a little bit, there's still going to be a little bit there. And then you have your separation again for your gas, which is natural gas, propane, butane, and the rest. And so at that point you've got those stacks, which are going to be pretty much in underground. I don't really want them to be above ground for people, mostly as a result of any possible explosive reaction if something were to fail, which I don't want to let anybody not have a shit ton of safety features. Like my designs are always like, there's got this and then this and then this and there's like multiple redundant safety features just around. It's like, no, screw you. No, I know you guys like to fuck with things. I know you. Like what's this doohickey? Kunk! It wasn't even changing anything anyway. It's the safety release valve for your water heater. Don't do that. Boom! Okay, so a little safety here. Yes, exactly right. And so, and then it's like releasing safely into tanks is my design. I have tanks above ground that are fairly small, if I'm being honest, because like depending on the size of the pot that we're talking about, because it's a ginormous, thick-walled pot that has pressure and heat. That it's with water. It's catalytic reactionary pyrolysis reaction we're talking about, and as a result, it's like, it vented it off into the tanks, and these tanks can compress more and more into it, so that way, like, I don't have to worry just in case any environmental contaminant spill of occurring. I don't want that. That's dangerous. That's not what I'm looking for. And I'm not looking to do that. But just in case, there are environmental safety, like environment. Sorry, you're taking the hit. We're gonna live. That kind of safety feature is also still there. Just as a precautionary method, measure, that kind of thing, because it's like it's going to do all this other stuff well before it gets to that, but like just on the off chance you've had like the worst design failure possible, you turned off all the safeties, you welded things shut, you decided to do all these other things that basically meant no matter what, it was going to fail. Which, great for me as the guy that's like, hey, are you trying to sue me right now? I've got all of these things that said you are not supposed to do that. There's like 50 safety things on this. And every one of them has bright colored, definitely, like even with color vision problem letters, you can clearly make out what it says. And read, don't do this. There's symbols that say it causes these problems. If this, then you do this, and then this will happen. Stuff. And then it vented into the atmosphere, I guess. It's great. Why? Why are you trying to sue me for stuff that you obviously fucking fucked around with and just ignored? At that point, like that's just straight up on you. But anyways, that's I vented into the atmosphere and it burns it. If I'm being honest, like there's a spark, and so it'll burn it, and then like it'll dump into ginormous reservoirs for those, because that's for the gas, and like because the gas doesn't leave unless you can siphon it out. So like if you somehow had an overpressurization problem and you released it suddenly explosively, which takes the poop, which at that point is not really, it's more soil. There isn't a single bacteria or anything that lives in that kind of environment that I'm aware of. Or DNA or anything. Like, it's all gone at that point. It's just constituent parts of stuff. Which is good fuel because, like, if you don't know, phosphorus is a lubricant in oils for diesels. Phosphorus is a very good lubricant, and phosphorus is found in a lot of DNA. And so lubricating fuel, huh? Because your poop. Thanks. You want to put a dead bird in there? Go right ahead. I guess it'll help you out. Meat, DNA stuff. I'm moving on. We'll move on from that. But it would be precedent. There'd be other lubricating factors that are there, which is good. So it should help out your engine. A scotch, I would imagine. Anyways, but it all out, and so like that's going to go into the chamber, the pot, which then allows for it to go off into the atmosphere, and then that gets burnt, whoosh, so that way, like, no matter what, it's just a big old flamethrower that you're having to do. But, at the very least, you still got some fuel from that. I don't know. Anyways, point is that's supposed to be for your diesel trucks, your cars, so on and so forth. With now I sell you a head and a new ECU, headers that is, and then ECUs that will give you like your beneficial fuel consumption to I just want you to use all the fuel, and that's up to you really. Yeah. And then still same thing with generators, because it's like that would be an amazing generator design, and it's like yes, no, I have a different engine for the generator design that I've released on the YouTubes, but the basic premise is it's kind of like a rotating turbine. Two wheels come together and it creates a compression ignition, air fuel ignition stuff. But then there's also burn for like spark ignition for some of it, and then I'm able to get that to rotate and create generating power, and then that goes off into effectively a ginormous, huge turbine, very large turbine. It's a gas turbine, and then Stirling effect as the shroud of the turbine is now a Stirling engine. So it goes through, it pushes it, and it's got a thermosiphon, and so it creates a oscillative effect that spins it, and so that creates its own electromagnetic, change, potential energy stuff, which gives you, your electricity. So it's a generator, and then the exhaust, of course, eventually goes and gets treated through a percolation style filtration method. Which is like, why would you do that? And it's like, well, that's to clean it up for the atmosphere. It's a catalytic conversion process, but it's a low temperature catalytic conversion process. And I can use that heat that's generated, the steam, as another way to run another turbine for a little bit. So I can get like every little bit out of that generator that people want to run, if they so choose. And that's mostly for like the bigger houses, but it's like, you got your solar panels, you got your windmills, you've got your standard electricity that you run for, from the grid, and then you have this sucker that really drops the chance of you paying much from your electrical grid, if ever. And so eventually it turns into its own kind of like recycling plant. It's like those other recyclables for the plastics at that point are now filtered. Like you filter those plastics for dang good reason, along with organic waste for the majority of your organic waste. And in fact, so you reduce a lot of overhead costs on waste management as a result of that, because it's like you'll fill up that pot pretty quickly, but like usually that thing will be done in like a day or two, doing what it does, to like a couple of weeks depending on like the size and scope. Like that's a huge one. That's a huge one. So that takes a lot longer. The bigger, the longer it takes. And you want to be a little bit more proactive at not having it have issues, that kind of thing. And so that's really what that is. And as a result, you end up getting to a point where you're able to use this reduction of overhead energy and potential energy that you can push to the grid in multiple areas that can have its DC to AC conversion for grid use, and step-up transformers to step-down transformers as well, to use for this ginormous kind of global project, which is more of a solar, wind, radiative cooling, pumping from Pacific, because the Pacific for me is like the easiest way. It's the biggest, deepest, coldest ocean that is on the planet, and it directly connects to both of the Arctics, and so we're able to use a much more deeper method to get colder, more salinated, and as a result, play around with that salt figure in the ocean water, that is, which actually helps with our cooling of the desalinated water, which, shocker, is not terribly hard to do when you have this wonderful new MIT charge field filtration method for desalination. It uses a little bit of electricity, and it uses charge fields, so electromagnetic and charge differential fields, to filter water from dissolved particulates, not just salt, but magnesiums and other elements. And so that's a mining technique at that point. If you're unaware, that you can mine the ocean water for magnesiums and other dissolved particulates if you can do it right. So then you end up getting the ability to spray a bunch of wonderful snow everywhere and rain snow down on people from high altitudes. Short trips, really high up altitudes, and cloud seeding, and then just kind of fall back to Earth with your wonderful electric planes that are now running probably hybrid style hybrid styles of increasing your torque, like I just talked about. Because it's like, hey, so here's just inject diesel after top dead center technique, and now you don't need leaded gasoline, because that means you don't need to worry about knock as much, because you can run higher amounts of because you're using ethanols and acetylenes. Which, acetylene, if you didn't know, you can compress up the wazoo and it doesn't explode. Like, it's just insane, like, actually how much you can just keep compressing the sucker. And as long as you don't have the heat there, it won't explode for you. And so ethanol, E85s are an amazing sort of style of producing that kind of technique, where it'll be injected a little bit before, and as a result, it cools off your port injection area and your top dead center combustion zone, and vaporizes itself as a result, which takes the heat from it. And so you can shove in some acetylene and you can get a little bit of faster burn, and so as a result of the faster burn, you're going to run higher compression ratios. And so it's a sort of a feedback loop where you can start, like, also then getting a diesel injection with acetylene. Even if you wanted to run that, you'd have to mix it somehow differently. But like this other bow tie compound, or just that fuel oxidizer gas compound, is its own little nicety to diesel complement, because like then you can. And so it's like, oh, I don't have to run very high compression ratios to get incredibly high degrees of efficiency anymore. I just need very, very large amounts of air, which increases your compression ratios, as people know. But like, as a result, I don't need to. Like, I've got like this pound cake of tininess that is my compression area. No, I've got this. This is fine. That's all I really need. I don't need this pancake. What are you doing? Jeez. Exactly. No, I've got some distance, yeah, and so that kind of thing. Right, and so that gives you a nicer degree of efficiency. Yeah, and then I've got the rotating, they go. Oh, right, yes, with the piston heads. Kind of like an opposed piston design, but then like it's not. It's more of like a potato chips with like things that kind of, and so like that makes it so that way it goes down on the bottom, and that top then gets pushed, and then it goes into this little fill area ring, which is basically like a donut here that's stopping it from going into the center. That of course is this big old area that's always got this pressure, and so as it pushes, it goes and then it opens. Pressure and deep goes into to your exhaust area, which is like slightly basically a similar design. It goes off to either side, but like a good majority will go through. But with that side velocity gets rotated up towards as the piston head kind of like falls out, but it's like a potato chip, they're meant to like seal against each other. Anyways, I don't want to get it too far into it because it's like then it like opens up, and that's what gives you your pressure. Pushes from the top, and that gives you, your opening up area, which of course not only just pushes from the top as it goes through the sides here, because it's it's just basically like a double circle, and then that'll push on as it comes from that, it'll push, and then it pushes it to spin again, continue spinning, that is. Oh, and so yeah, you have one that pushes down and one that pushes up, and so like that, and so as it leaves that pressurized area, tube, it then goes down into, and then it pushes it up to the outside. It mixes a little bit of that exhaust, which actually is what I'm looking for, if I'm honest. And then as it goes to the 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock positions on either side of the circle, it has a hole, which is just a ring. And so like that then allows for air for the tube that is the connecting rod arm and the fuel area arm to then allow for air to go and get pushed in, because now we have centrifugal forces and centripetal forces helping increase pressure towards that area. And so it's like there's a certain amount of pressure here, and then there's a certain amount of exhaust, and it's cooling itself off, but it's not perfect. So it's like it's condensing, and then I also happen to have air that's going to be able to be pushed into there, and it's not a super amount of heat. And as a result, the pressure is able to come in, and then I've increased actual amounts of air I can burn. As it goes up towards 12 o'clock, it goes back towards its 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock positions, respectively. It's compressing air from both of those piston heads, and then it's sealing against the potato chip design, as you have to now imagine both of those sides being covered, and a little cavity basically there, and then of course the air is now able to get forced through with our diesel, and there's not that much needed to make a spark at that point because you have a rotating design. And so as a rotating design, that's allowed to create a magneto-style spark between this highly compressed area, and all you have to do is have the right amplification circuitry, and you get like a spark with a very high amount of voltage, and so, and you could really just use compression ignition with the extra heat and pressure from both of them coming together, and you get now much leaner in terms of injection size, but quite a bit more air and quite a little bit more pressure, which that extra pressure really is what gives you your increased degrees of efficiencies for your burn. Now, as it goes down, of course, like it's like what there's multiple layers, and it's like you gotta think like me, man. Okay, so there's an outer housing, you got your inner, circle area, then you've got your valve area, which is really just two freaking valves that are like, oh, I'm allowed to fucking finally, let the air out. So I've got a hole here and a hole there, and it's like, and otherwise, there's no way for me to not, there's no air that'll escape. Because I've got a valve that says, no, I don't go there. I love that one. Because people are like, that's not going to work. Meanwhile, that's currently working for, a lot of different things, actually. At that point, it's just a sliding valve. And so it's like a bearing on a bearing, but it's like you don't need a bearing on a bearing. Like it's like it's only ever able to open here. And so like this valve is only ever open when that. And so it's like it just slides against it and it goes, oh, I'm open. And during that duration of time, I am pushing in. And then, like, all you have to do is open up with sliding actuation. Oh, crazy, for an increased amount of duration, and which is like lift as well, or for the size, that is, which is like lift when you open it up more. Which you can do it on the other side. You can do it on both. And so I increased the nozzle size and I increased the outright duration. That increased nozzle size happens to push air into the outside area. And then, I've got my air and fuel injection, which technically I don't even need to add more air because that's my compression, But it's like, I'm going to compress it right before I go to my combustion ignition start of my rotating engine design at that point. And so I get that. Anyways, what am I talking about? Gyrock. I am talking about my rotating engine design, which is basically an infinity engine design because it looks like an infinity. It's funny because it's like it's using the little spindles that all the arms are attached to as the air intake area. It's like that's my air suction. It's like it's like a compressor, from a turbo, and so it sucks in air, and then it flings it out to the sides and of only two sides here. And so like the one side, it's like, oh, I'm going to compress it still some further, and then I'm going to ignite it in the center, and then I'm going to allow a little bit, and then so a little bit comes out. But actually, a good majority of it should come out, and then it wraps and forces it to fling towards the sides, and then the first one pushes it down as well as it opens up from the top, because it's like I've got my first one, and then it opens up. And then like there's one underneath that's already opened up further, and that's currently resisting that opened up exhaust, and that's getting pushed out. And then as it goes over to the exhaust area, it's like, oh yeah, no, then I'm going to allow for a little bit of that to keep coming out. And so the exhaust has a flow path into this circle, but then that circle allows for it to push on the bottom piston head, basically, but it's not really a piston head, it's more of a skirt at that point. And then that then opens up and then allows for it to go out the exhaust for the circle. And so that circle is always pressurized and pushing that faster and faster and faster, while also increasing its flow off into the piston heads as it pushes the piston head sideways. Alright, and so imagine it like this. So as it comes out like that, a little bit of the exhaust from this part is going to come down, and then it's going to ride the curve of the housing here, and then it's going to hit the heel of the other side of the piston head because it's right next to the housing. And so as a result of it being right next to the housing, like imagine this left hand, the exhaust is coming in, it hits it, and then it kind of goes in, but then it can't go anywhere else. And so it fills that volume. And so that will then push it as a result. I have too many drinks for this talk. No clue what you're trying to describe. I also know nothing about engine, says is that too. Yeah, that's fair. No big deal on that one. But as a result, it's like very, very, very efficient because it's sucking more air and compressing more air, getting an increased amount of efficiency from that compressed air, and making itself spin faster as a result. And as a result of it getting more and more air, more and more RPM, more and more torque from an increased amount of compression and ignition to detonation levels. With the right amount of fuel, really just acetylene at that point, I would imagine you'd want to start using. You'd end up getting to a point where acetylene ethanol blends still will work too, truthfully. You're also adding in air on the outside and then air during the compression ignition style to also spark ignition hybrid style if you wanted to use that. because you have the entire rotation from where it started coming in towards the 9 and 3 o'clock position, then as it goes down to the 6, and then another 9. You've rotated it that fast for a full half a turn to compress, while adding more air in during that time. And then you've got the next full half of a turn, so 180 degrees, to compress more air, which is compressed with your exhaust, with its compression of more air, and then you have a secondary compression of more air added in at the last second. So why didn't anybody else thought of this? I don't know. Most of the time, it's typically a manufacturing thing. They're a behemoth right now, like silicon manufacturing, silicon chip manufacturing is a huge issue. Like we have better ways of designing AI driven chips that can go far faster, but they can't make that because it's huge and the application size for it currently isn't there, and as a result they don't really do it, and to change their current manufacturing practices and still have it be viable in a marketplace that is very just one directional in its design of its chip manufacturer and its logic gate matrixy manufacturing for those chips, it's very difficult to move and change. And same thing with engines. Internal combustion engines are extremely pore cast, then seal the casting for inclusions, meaning dead zone, empty spots in the casting molding process. And anything that tries to challenge that is very, very expensive, like CNC manufacturing, or even 3D printing is extremely expensive for a lot of people. And so as a result, because there's not a lot of them right now, it's just it's not taking anywhere in terms of its get going off. That being said, it is also a rather unique idea. It's like, why hasn't anybody thought of this? Well, I'm pretty fucking smart and creative, like that's what that is. It's not that expensive to make. I can forecast all of this. It's not very difficult to manufacture or even have work. In fact, the only real main issue with this design is that it's just really, really fucking ridiculously high RPMs. So I burn fuel very fast for rotational effects, which, if you're unaware, rotational effects, well, amazing for some things, not stupidly great for like thrusting characteristics of like planes or something. Nah, well, it's not. No, planes would definitely still work. Like, truthfully, I can combine both of those rotational effects into a single axle of rotation, and then actually have like a counter-rotating prop between the two. Share, because one goes clockwise, the other is going to go counterclockwise as a result, and actually gain that efficiency with the engine inside actually sucking the air in and then firing the exhaust out into the exhaust of the counter rotation. So I should be able to get an increased amount of efficiency just from that alone. So then there's also like helicopter blades, which would effectively be nixed at this point. I mean, you would use like an Osprey design. You'd basically sit these engines inside of an Osprey design like this, and then have it just turn itself because it'd be able to handle it. You just need the right pockets for your seals and your lubricational axle areas, because you don't have a need for crankshaft. Your crankshaft is a straight up axle, and you can balance everything up to hundreds of thousands of RPM. You just burn fuel. The main reason why nobody does it, I'm guessing, is because you burn the shit out of fuel. Like you'll just and it's just gonna go higher and higher. As high as you can get it. Which is incredibly high RPM at that point. And I don't think many people are looking for, like, I need to burn gallons of fuels in seconds. And that produce thrust? No, you'll produce mini thrusts out that exhaust. I'm assuming that there's a point where the pressure is, like, manageable. Well, yeah, no, there's a certain point where the ring happens to have a pressure problem. It's equaling the pressure that's inside of the given, combustion ignition area of the piston heads. So like that ring, that exhaust, that helps the starting. So you have to eventually get to a point of equilibrium, and so there's an RPM limit of that, and so depending on the size of that ring and how you can effectively exhaust that exhaust by a simple turning ring valve that then goes off into your, I don't even know what that is, a turboprop? It's not a turboprop, it's definitely a piston. It's a piston engine prop. Or the turbine style piston engine, in it. With compress the fucking exhaust out into it. I'm increasing compression at that point, and the rotational speed of the one of them, which actually improves efficiency as it increases air coming out. You know what? Maybe I can add like a secondary area after that second exhaust turbo, or the exhaust as it comes in, as it counter rotates. I can then add like a secondary axle. Well, no, because I increased pressure. So if I increased pressure, I could just feed in more air, which I technically did. I technically added in more air from that. I'd be able to burn more fuel. It should be hot enough at that point to burn more fuel. I'm pretty sure. I'm like pretty sure to be able to burn more fuel and get thrust out of it, which is now a jet engine. I just need to make sure the back pressure doesn't go into the prop area. So I just needed to shrink and then get like some Tesla valves around there, and then then I can add in the source of ignition and some more fuel. Now I've got a jet engine. Let me get my ram air intake. Just stick a bunch of scoops around it. I get my thrust vectoring. Woo! Nozzle. Wee! Yeah, but that would be my design, I would imagine. I'd probably do that. Yeah, because I could do that on a micro scale. If I'm honest, I could do that on a micro scale. I could run like hundreds of thousands of RPM on a micro scale with like a little tiny one of these engines, and probably push a jet engine level of thrust out of it, because at that point it's like I'm burning fuel. I am burning fuel. But it's more efficient than the burn rate of like a turbine, and a burn rate of a thrusting jet engine. So I would imagine that it would be worth it. I have to go pee. Give me a second. Alright, so the cat has come up to the chair. So, what I'm talking about is a really super cool, awesome, fun time, super never gonna be bad at all. Rocket engine jet hybrid turbo. It's not a turboprop though. No, it's kind of. I mean, the engine itself is a turbine. I would imagine at that point you'd have to call that. Yeah. And I can always add in like a third. There's nothing saying I can't add in a third, circle. So, or 4, for that matter. Or 8. Or 12. Which really just means like that center area can just be like another air intake, I would imagine. Compression, I don't know. Like it's like, because it's like if I run 12 circles around, like the outside at that point, it's like, I've got the center, and every single one of those is now basically a version of a compression ignition. It's just like, like instead of 9 and 3, I'm adding in extra air. I'm now just compression ignition every single one, but then I can now turn it into a quarter turn, but because of the air speed and the relative speed of every spinning compressing piston area at that point is adding tremendous volume to each area that it's compressing and igniting all the fuel, and so like I'm adding in air, and then I'm compressing it, and then I'm adding in air at the compression, and then so that's 8 every side. It pretty much still works. Instead of like it's just at 6 and 12 now that I'm adding in the extra air as well. And so like both sides are now also adding in thrust and exhaust, and then I'm also adding in the air, and so like it still works actually. And I'm still pushing all that exhaust one direction, and then all the intake is still going into, and then like that center, which I suppose scoop it and then like push into with the exhaust around it, maybe moved in the correct way, along with the circle exhaust here, because once it gets to the right the piston velocity, I need to add in that extra exhaust to allow for that exhaust to still keep spinning the pistons faster. And so as a result, it's like, okay, so like now I'm adding double exhaust, and I'm still spinning that faster, and I'm adding in air, and then I'm adding in air on the outside, and so like that can create a rotational effect, pretty decent one for vortexing effect. That's hot compressed air from the center, the outside, and then that will double combine its rotation, and then counter rotate off of that, and then would I really want to do that though? I'm not sure. I'm not totally sure. Like, honestly, it's like, okay, so it's like, this is already pretty compressed. Like, I'm going to be burning fuel, like, at that point. Like, I've got compressed air because it's expanding and then it's hitting the sides, and then, like, and the same thing with the center. It's expanding, being scooped towards the center, and which then is going to still be added to the engines as well to increase its velocity for the exhaust, and then air from the center, and then like that increases its compression, and I still have extra air that wasn't burnt. So I'm pretty sure I can add in extra fuel, but like then it goes back up because of the pressure, and so if I have a counter rotation as it's moving, then like that's going to give me a little bit of extra spin on that, which will help out the engines by reducing the overhead cost of sucking in more air, which is like a jet engine, and so, and then I have like the Tesla valve kind of thing, like I was talking about, and then that's shrinking itself into a smaller area, and then it has air and fuel, and now it's definitely faster, and it's definitely more pressurized. So there's nothing saying I can't just like throw in some extra, because at that point it's a rocket afterburner area. You have a chamber that has more air, and it's hot, and it's an afterburner area, but it's like more like a rocket, because I'm throwing in, velocity, and I can add in more air scoops to add into that more air as I've gained more velocity of air travel, and then I can add in, of course, fuel, and then so the hot exhaust is now effectively compression igniting like an afterburner, with ram air attached to it, because the Tesla valve stuff basically makes that a feasible possibility, which kind of ends up acting a little bit like a rocket intake, because I'm throwing in a very fast moving air and having it burn in an area, which then is going off into a nozzle. It's kind of like a rocket burn. It's not really, but I guess it is. It's a technicality wise, it would be. And so as a result, it would blast out, and it would be more efficient. I'm using the heat more efficiently. I'm using airspeed velocity more efficiently. In fact, everything's more efficient with that design. There's less weight attached to it too, and you're getting more thrust out of that as well. So it should be more efficient, as a result of most of it not being used to spin more air. It's being used to convert or spin a prop to make more air. It's being used instead to just provide pure thrust, which makes it more efficient. Instead of spinning blades to make more air, it's all about going faster, which actually means I could achieve higher air velocities, airspeed velocities, kind of like a ram air. In fact, there would be a point where like it would just ram air itself, or scramjet at that point, because it's compressing it fast enough that I wouldn't really need to worry. And in fact, I'd turn off my piston engine at that point, and I would just let it thrust itself, because I've got a big old scoop, and then a bunch of other little scoops all pressing more air in to a very small area, which at that point it's like, that's definitely a ram air. And then I can just throw in fuel back there, and it's like as it goes to a certain point, and then it's like all I have to do is throw in air or fuel here, and it's going, and like then I've got my scram ram air tech, and I can just keep going faster to whatever speed that the fuel that you're using, which at that point I'm pretty sure is going to be acetylene, so that's explosive. Meters per second squared is not squared, but meters per second burn rate. But then it's like a certain compression ratio should square that up. So burn rate is explosive velocities now. So I think that would allow for me to get to hyper velocities, hyper Mach. Mach 12s would be pretty easily achievable. 15s. It's all about that plug of air in front of you. You know what I mean? Because then I'd turn on the engine again, just to suck air in to get rid of the plug of air. Go away, and extend like a nozzle forward. Just like little pokey areas to just suck air in. That's some nice compressed air for me. Shove in, because that's all you have to do. It's like in the center, like all you have to do is shove in like a little shaft, and it extends out, and you can suck in air, and it diverts air as a result of that, as it like tries to fill that gap, and then that'll feed into the housing, the circular housing, better and better as it compresses it more and more, and because of course you've got heat now at that point that's adding to your compression. And as a result, you will have achieved a Mach extremely hyper velocity achievable whatever. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm bored with it. If I'm like, if I'm being honest, I got bored. I'm like, yeah, whatever, Mach 20, sure, but do you need that? No one needs a Mach 20 fucking jet engine. Whatever. Mach 20, sure, blow it out your ass. I don't care. I don't care anymore. It doesn't matter to me. You don't need that. No one needs that. What do you need that for? Oh, I need to get to Mach 20 to be able to achieve my hypervelocity space travel. Okay, sure, whatever. Well, I have one for you. Buy my engine. Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's just like, oh yeah, no, I've got my Galaxy thing that, and it's like, yeah, so, what is that, a 777 Airbus? Yeah? No, what is it, a C-130 Galaxy? Cargo transporter? Let's get this on here. Don't worry, it'll get up there. Why that angle? It's got like a spacecraft on it. It's got like the fucking reusable NASA guy. NASA craft on it now. Yeah. That's how it turns. It's like if you don't know what that maneuver is, as it turns, it's changing its air velocity for forward movement to a vertical movement as it spins, but it also has to shove power into it. But it's like, you're not using my scramjet. You need air velocity. Meanwhile, me just in the fucking craft. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why I'm here. I made the engine, yes, but this is not how you do this. Please just travel in a straight line and continuously climb. Please. Yeah. Please angle up, you fucker. You need to get velocity. Please. We're getting there. It sounds wonderful, these engines. Yeah, it sure does, yeah. What'd you say? It's got the earplugs and the fucking thing, and it's got a helmet on. Got the spacesuit on. It's gonna get cold, that's why. Just see it climbing. It's like, it's not supposed to do this. Grrr. Still going. Why are you angled like this, you lunatic? You absolute loon! Is basically what it would be. It'd be a bunch of that. It'd be like a bunch of Which at that point, it's like, you turned on the little nozzle. No, we gotta extend the nozzle. Fuck. The pilot's like, I've never done anything like this before. What is going on? It suddenly gained so much power. Yes, well, I got rid of the plug of air by the engines, so you're no longer pushing that out of the way. Alongside of the nozzles on your wingtips, and because if you think I'm not like that, I'm like, hey, so this nose that you have, this air that seems to be, I don't know what you think about this, but there's a reason why it's there. It's coming out. It's coming out. Holy shit! Really? Yeah, no, because that's all it does. It's just like, hey, I need to remove that plug of air in front of me, because that's annoying. If it's there, it's annoying. And in fact, like if I can move that around and I could suck in air as a result of that, and it moves the air around more laminaristically at that point. But it's not really laminar. It's still turbulent, but it's still kind of like it's gonna do this, that kind of thing. But as it extends out from the cone and it goes forward, as it cones forward, really, towards, because it has to taper to a point, and then it's gonna have like a little flare out piece that then extends, so it's like recones out. That sucks a lot of air in, and then like it still is going to go into the majority of the air hose at that point, and then you still got their wingtips that do effectively a similar design, taper, but not with the flare out. See, that flare out for the front of the nose is what's chopping the air off, and then creates a longer type of cone profile that moves it over to the shoulders where the wings are. And so like there's this little drag zone that it's not really a drag zone. It's kind of like I'm filling in that area constantly. So like I depressurize this very pressurized air by going and it goes in. So as it goes in, it chops it off and it goes, hey, there's something that's behind. And it sucks in and it spreads it out and it as a result of it depressurizes that air and reduces velocity. In a way, it technically doesn't. It actually sped it up, but in a way, it does. This is the magic of the turbulent flows, sort of stuff. It wasted energy spinning. It wastes energy spinning, and if it was a perfect flat circle, sure, it wouldn't do that. That's not what I'm doing. I have a flower. It's a flower. I have a flower. It creates vortices. So it's like as it spins and it creates a lower pressure zone, it sucks it in closer, but then it bashes against itself, creating a turbulent laminaristic. So as it combines and it creates this sort of localized equalization of pressure. And so you're giving up a little bit of efficiency to decrease a massive amount of pressure that's in front of you, which actually gives you a further increase of actual potential speed for a thing that size, which is why you're doing that, and so like, but those other ones over here doesn't have, for the wings that is, it doesn't have that little flare out piece. You don't want that. In fact, you want that to stick to the sides of your airplane, your aircraft tube, and as it goes off, it'll suck into that air flow for those nozzles, and like it gives it a much more planted feeling in where it's going to travel at that speed. All right, and then you're also going to remove that plug of air and reduce it into the engines, because as it's no longer going to shove off into the sides, because it's that side's gone, and then this side's going, hey, sucking, and then it really goes into that housing. So it sucks into this. That has a much faster path now to your inside of the cone area, but it's really just basically just into where the very high pressure Tesla areas are. So it's like super high pressure Tesla areas now, like really, really high pressure for the Tesla valves. And it actually forces it into that little area, the rest of that cone that's traveling that direction. As a result of that, you increase massively the pressure in front of it. That it's going to hit into for your afterburner rocket engine scramjet area. And that then, of course, is where you're looking to use the compression heat, because you still have exhaust. Like, you're running that, that the engines to run the turbines here and everything else. And so, like, that's going to suck in that air just a little bit better. But it's like I have to change the pitch and angle. And so as that goes up, that changes its pitch and angle for the counter-rotating prop designs that are quite a bit spread. And then I gain that heat in the exhaust of the pistons that are running those props. So, as a result of this going... There you go. It sucks itself in with more air than it normally would have. You have to change that pitch blade angle, and then it goes in, it gets sucked into your Tesla valves, it sucks itself even harder, but it's really not sucking. At that point, it's pounding it in faster and faster and faster, because it's sucking in air, and it's dropping that weighted, huge, problematic plug of air in front of you. It's just reducing its size by effectively turning it into its own compressor for ram air. It's like, over here is way lower, over here is way higher. Boom. Suck it in. That's why it's a suck in. But then it's like, not really. It's technically forcing it in, right? But sucking and blowing ain't the same thing, bro. But quantum vacuum pressure tells me you're wrong. So... yeah. Just a little wrong there. They're the same kind of thing, just relativity perspective kind of stuff is usually how that works. Anyways, it sucks it in, but it also happens to create a much faster path for its velocity to travel now. That's right. So it's like, oh, I'm sucking this air, but then it's like, actually, as a result of that, I've created a boundary layer that wants to make it move far faster, and then I've gotten removed areas. And so I reduced drag, and I've reduced the plug of air to much smaller sizes. In fact, almost negligent to anywhere other than the air for that cone at the top and the engine, and then everywhere else. Those are where the majority of the plugs of the air is. In fact, that's pretty much the only place where those will be, unless you're turning. If you're going in a straight line, this works. But if you're turning, it's kind of a little different story. Like, you need, it's a little different. There's a little bit wider areas that suddenly pop up. But the point is that because you're just trying to fucking force this fucker up into a really high atmosphere at that point, instead of like, oh, I'm only going to get up to like 60K with it. No, fuck you. Let's go 180. No. Let's go, you know what? You're right. 24. And a 0 and a 0 and a 0 and a 0 and a 0. You said that couldn't be stopped. You were right. We're going to 240. No, I don't think that's really possible. But, you never know, actually. Because it's really about where that boundary layer is. And, like, depending on where you're doing it. Because if you didn't know, the sun coming in presses with light pressure And so we get a little bit of a ball effect that has a tail at the end towards the equator. On the night side, okay? That is facing the opposite of the sun. And so you can get a little bit higher up in the atmosphere before you are out of range for the air. And you can always store a bunch of highly volatile chemicals called oxygens and acetylines. Acetylines and oxygens. Very, very good fuels. They burn quite quickly. With compressed air, no less. That is not really as much a problem now, because it's not really there as much. What is this face? But it's good, though. I mean that. Like, it's actually legitimately really, really good. The only problem with it's going to be how much fuel you use. Like, honestly, it's like, okay, so we start off fairly okay. You know what, honestly, pretty efficiently. And then it's like, oh, we get the scramjet. And it's like, no, you didn't do that right. You didn't add in the plug air thing. No. You are underestimating how much this affects. There you go. Because we have acetylines. Holy shit! You're right. Yeah. Breathe. Woo! I know. No, this is a problem. It's like we've hit the max atmosphere. Stop trying to go high. Where's the oxygens? Who has them? We were collecting them with our plugs of air and cooling them down with the nitrogens and separating them with the filters. Because it's very high altitude, so it's quite cold, and so I can collect the nitrogens, cool it off, and then use that to compress some of that oxygen and store it for later that we didn't burn, while also having liquid oxygen on board. Breathe! Whee! Fucking goddamn space. Anytime you wanna, let go NASA spacecraft. No! Anytime. Dunk. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Holy shit! I'm in an aircraft. This is space. This is spacecraft. This is really spacecraft. Whee! Anytime the air wants to bite. Oh yes, we're going. Do we have our tiles? Do we have the tiles that make it so we don't die? No, because we were going that fast. It's like, we're good. No, because we had to wait. And so, we didn't really need the tiles. We were never going to get to Mach 15 or 20. We weren't. No. Even if I did that, it's like, there's still that much drag. It's just like, that much power was really there, because you were at Mach 20 velocities of speed for your air, and you basically reduce the plug of air that's in front of you, so resistance to that speed was reduced, and so drag was reduced, and so at that point, like, you're getting to a very high speed, thousands of miles an hour, but nothing Mach 15 or 20-ish, You just have torque. It's like, I am a diesel locomotive train, and I'm getting up this mountain. You will not stop me. Dong dong dong, chugga 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 dong dong dong. You're going, bitch! I'm going! In my spacesuit, I'm going up there! Whee! Meanwhile, it's like, are you still burning at that point? I don't think we have to. I mean, we are now for sure out of the atmosphere. So, it's just floating around with no control at all. You have you have 4 engines here. You can power with 2 in the rear that we put on the tail. What the fuck? And another 2 on the very tips. Why? Because we need the power. You're damn right we needed that power. That power was totally worth it. Yeah, no, we needed to do this in a regular amount of time. With less fuel used than those suckers over there in that fucking SpaceX thing. Here's looking at you, kid, Elon. Brrr! Yeah, I know, right? Like, honestly, it's gonna sound like a fucking rocket engine at that point. Yeah, once you get up there, it's like, and it's like, oh my god, no! 190 decibels! But only around there, not near us. Not near us. No, I insulated it. It's fine. There's sound deadening. In the form of things that basically tailor the sound wave, shock wave away from us and nowhere near us. Because it's less weight to do that. It is way less weight to do that. Yeah, and it's more efficient because I'm using the sound wave to basically make more thrust as it collapses itself into a thrustable vector. What did you just say? It's effectively all it does. Because it's 1, 2, 3, so, and then it puts a pressure wave behind us that we're riding. But if we were ever to enter that shockwave, it would be a problem. We'd be in a pretty big pickle. We're traveling faster than our shockwave. And it's also, us shooting it with, hypervelocity gases. And basically removing a great deal of the resistance, the drag, the plug of air in front of us. So, anyways, but we do have some sound deadening. Oh, yes, up to about 160. We would die, though, probably. We'll never die. Are you sure? It's stupidly heavy. We would never make it. Okay, fine. We wouldn't make it, huh? Well, it's not totally true, I think, maybe. We have water sacs in the plane that absorb air pockets and sound into a foamy mixture, effectively, of water, air. It produces a lot of heat, though, and so we have to recirculate that. Really, it's a cavitational, resonance thing. Because, at this speed, it's like it's good for this resonance, and then this speed is good for the. So it hits the different stages, like low and then higher altitude, and then the very highest altitude for the different thrust profiles of the engine is what I would probably end up having to do, and then it would still continue gaining in altitude. At that point, I'd have to use the engines as a thrustable vector sort of source. That kind of thing. Alrighty. I've only got 10 seconds left. So, flying down would be achievable. So there you go. Bye. Boop.